And we're live. Hello, friends. Welcome to some birthday reading sprints. Oh my God, it's been 5 years. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. But if you're here, thanks for being here. Hello. I sound like a crusty potato because I'm recovering from a cold. Forgive me. But you don't have to hear my voice because we're going to go around and introduce our co-host. So everyone is linked in the descriptions in case you want to say hi to anybody. I guess I can do this. We're gonna go that way. Max, you go first, and we'll go around.
It's not the way you're showing
it. Even if the mirror is flipped, down is usually still the same way.
Yeah. That's how sick I am.
But hey, I'm Max from Max Reads. Read what I want, as and when I want. Sci-fi and horror usually. First try. Look at that.
Hi everyone, I'm Natalie. I post now on booktube again, so excited today because I'm posting an anime video. So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, here to chill out. Larry, take it away.
Hi, I'm Larry, also known as Lawrence, Rule of Law, whatever. I have an up-and-coming YouTube channel, Fishland. I don't do reading contents. I do Magic the Gathering contents, but I'm here anyways. You can check out my 3 videos.
Hey. Yes. Get in on the ground floor.
Yes.
Start somewhere.
I'm grassrooting it.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And also context. Larry is my partner, so this is his first sprint ever learning how to sprint.
I've actually just been in the background for 5 years sleeping, and now I'm finally like, you know what? I might as well get started.
Yay! And we have friends. Hi, Roro. Thank you. Hello. Roro's been here since the beginning. I feel like too.
Roro has been here forever.
Yeah. Roro's an OG. Shout out to Roro. Hi, how are you today? Hello. Katie, I'm going to start off with food sprints just for you, Katie. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay, like it's been crazy. It's been 5 years. I don't know if I met Natalie or Max first. I
don't ask me, ma'am. I don't know.
We're all so old now that it doesn't even
matter
anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore. We've been here for a while.
Yeah, I've been here since the beginning. I remember how I met Natalie because we reflect on it once in a while that we met through a book tour.
Yes.
And Max, I don't remember how we met.
Probably some kind of virus chain email or something.
Some Ethiopian prince wants to give away all his money.
Yeah, that's it. I just still waiting for your bank account details. So.
You were the Ethiopian prince?
Yeah.
Katie's saying hi. Yay. And food. I promise food. Yes. Thank you. It's been crazy. I recently finally unlocked membership. I'm almost at 2K subscribers. I'm pretty darn close to full monetization. Like, I appreciate all of you guys. Have no idea. It's been a journey. I love it. I love it here so much. Imagine it's going to be 10 years soon.
Oh my God.
Does he soon? Why are you saying soon?
The passage of time.
Because that's how time works, man.
That's how time feels.
No, I refuse.
I'm like, no, time doesn't work like that for me. I actually live in a vortex in a wormhole.
Just say no.
Oh, yay. Katie's the best. Katie's so sweet. Well, yeah, we're going to be sprinting. No idea what we're doing. We're just vibing. What you can read, you could do whatever. I guess, should we start out with what we're doing today or what we're going to be working on? Anybody? Yeah. Go for it.
Want to do the same order like last time?
this one.
I did it right. This way.
I good.
So are you pointing up or are you pointing at me?
I'm tossing the ball at you.
Okay. I'm going to try again for this is the 3rd week in a row. I've tried to reinitiate working on my book. I feel like it feels so pretentious to say like, oh, I'm working on a book. But I started a few months ago and it's gonna get here eventually. hopefully before the 10-year anniversary.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm planning to finish my rewatch of the anime I'm posting a video about today. So getting ready to cry. That's what I'm doing in my first sprint.
No.
Listen, I have to speak my truth. And of course, I love shit that makes me sad. I'm like, make me laugh and make me sad. That's the ideal combo.
Hell yeah.
I'm sad girl in love with serial killers. That's
Yes.
the vibe. Howell said, "Is it Ava?"
No. Steph is trying to keep me far, far, far away.
I am.
So am I going to listen to her? Still remains to be seen, but she is trying to keep me away.
I'm trying to get her to watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
She's trying really hard and not winning.
Can someone please
So
help me?
good, Nat. It's so good.
It's like if you're not going to listen to her, you're not going to listen to us about it, but it's good.
So good. So good. Oh, good news before we jump to Max. Katie got therapy. Yay! Amazing. Love that for
Hey.
you. Positive updates.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. All right, Max, what are you doing today?
I'm gonna try my best to read a couple more short stories from War of the Worlds Global Dispatches,
Ooh.
and I'm gonna read as much more as I can of the Cautious Traveler's Guide to the Wastelands, which is about trains.
Okay.
Is fantasy trains. I found it because I posted this huge Reddit post. It was like, why are trains not more of a thing in fantasy? I feel like there's a big niche for train fantasy, so I'm in a rabbit hole. I'm in a train rabbit hole.
Or maybe there is, and we just don't know it.
It's
Maybe.
kind of like it falls under like steampunk and like sci-fi usually.
Yeah.
Right, you'd think there'd be more. But it's unexplored.
Yeah.
Me being in like a full trains rabbit hole is like the most autistic thing I've said.
That's exactly where my brain went. But
Same. I was like, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
The touch of the tism.
That's okay. Plenty of us can relate to that.
Chuck the ball back up.
What am I doing? A couple things. I am going to try to be a good noodle and do some paperwork. But I might choose joy first and continue my arc, which I'm having so much fun. Oh my god.
I'm so jealous. I'm
It's
actually
flexing on us.
human.
It's so good. I'm having a blast with this. And then also I decided, what if I print out some of those coloring pages that I draw, and I might like color in one of my own coloring pages.
Love it.
Meta.
Hell yeah.
This is Moo Moo. For anybody who doesn't know, I drew her for a video. You can go watch the video review. It's non-spoilery.
No, because it's just you being like, I love Moo Moo.
Yes, literally for 10 minutes. Okay, yeah. Katie says, going to reach out to my cousin and partners or whenever you will. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you,
Aw.
Katie.
Thank you.
Katie's the best. Can tell when you watch it. You can tell me I can keep it a secret. It's not going to be a secret.
Oh, so
I
it
mean,
was a
she'll
shame.
know anyway, but
She will never be the same. She'll be broken. That's how I'll know.
you assume I haven't already been broken, Steph.
Girl,
I have a problem.
I know you have a problem. I'm trying to not dig a deeper hole. So sound like wonderful plans. Thank you. Didn't want to say it, but yeah, the tism was strong.
It's like it was the signposts, TISM, like flag, trains. Like
Yes.
trains.
Yes. I'm telling you, we went to that one convention and there was an entire floor dedicated to just adults playing with trains, and it was the most wholesome thing I've seen in my entire life. It was great. More sci-fi. I need fantasy trains. Yes, trying to be a good noodle, Katie. No promises though. I might just go eat a mango.
Roro, I'm jealous. I'm so jealous I can't put it to words. So jealous.
What is the book?
I fucking love Kate Ancrum. I'm jealous. Absolutely. Oh my god. I want to be reading it right now.
What is their newest book?
Don't ask me title names. It's the latest book by Kate Ancrum. Whatever it's called, I'm going to read it.
Howdy, howdy. Happy Panda Day and Artichoke Day.
All right.
Sure.
You summoned Howl Panda Day?
It's the crossover episode we never knew we needed.
Yes.
Was it just pandas with artichoke dip?
Yes. Neurospicy is too powerful in this friend group. You have no idea.
You have no clue.
Truly.
Why not do one sprint of work so you can say you were a good noodle? Katie's
See?
got brain that I don't
Mhm.
have. I like the way you think, Katie. Eating makes you a good noodle. Hi, Lily. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Still trying to get back to not being under weight for like 1 month, but you're doing it.
Yes.
You can do it,
and
Kay. I
that's what
believe
matters.
you. One step at a time. One step. Oh, Lily's reading The Lost Apothecary. I've heard of this one. Gay ghost possession?
And that's all I need to know.
Oh.
Like, who cares about titles? I know how to look for books. Kay Ancrum. I recognize the cover. I read gay ghosts, of course.
All I need to
Who
know is
needs more?
gay. And Katie's going to be having breakfast, doing laundry, and doing homework. Awesome. How's going to read Giovanni's Room?
Oh my gosh, yes. Everyone needs to read Giovanni's Room. It's so good.
I'm so excited. I ordered my copy.
I loved it.
Amazing.
10
Amazing.
out of 10, no notes.
I know.
I've been seeing everybody pop off about that one.
It's
Because it's
supposedly really good.
amazing. Because
I
it's
feel like-
amazing.
I don't know if it's because Steph sent me stuff, but like I feel like I've been getting ads for it too. Just like
It's my fault.
every spear.
I know. Well, we were reading Berserk this morning. We were having a good time.
Is that what you call it?
Yes. What would you call it?
Sad. It's like you got to the part where it's like, oh, we finished this part. It's really sad. That's what we're gonna make every movie about.
Oh yeah.
It's like, are we gonna do the hunting arc? No, Golden Age. It's like, what do we do now? Another Golden Age.
It was sad. I had a great time. Also, my gay cousin sent me a bunch of cool queer shirts, and I want to get him for Christmas. Nice. My parents and I will get my younger queer expression self. Yes, you will find a way, Katie. I'm so happy for you. So excited. Yes, Berserk. This is how we bond over coffee in the morning. We're reading Berserk.
Just like sitting, comfortably on the couch, snuggling, turns to the most vile image you've seen drawn by man.
Okay, cool beans. So let me go ahead and get us started for our first sprint. I promised food, so we'll do some food. We'll get that
Yes.
set up. Cool beans.
The true question is, will it be disgusting? Because some of it has looked disgusting.
Or will it be cookies?
And that's all that matters. If we get cookies, nothing else matters. Cookies are supreme.
Yes, cookies are supreme. I should just during the first sprint just come on with my mango and just go.
No, yes, that's
No.
premium. That's premium content. That's a mukbang right there. Put that under the premium lock. It's like, oh, I want to see the mango. No, you gotta pay.
Max, out of curiosity, are you wearing a Godzilla shirt?
No, I think it's a Japanese band called Phantasm.
Ah, okay. It's like I feel like it looks like a Godzilla shirt.
Is it because it's Japanese?
Shh. I just really like Godzilla.
We see what we want to see.
That is true. Okay, that's how politics work. Okay.
Oh, so it's that kind of stream.
Oh god. Watermelon and mango best fruits. I love watermelon. Watermelon makes me happy.
No, I'm a hater. Mango, love forever. Watermelon, get it out of my sight.
It's really hard for it. Yeah, I agree with this. It's like it usually
Thank
just
you.
tastes like just water and pulp. Well, I've heard that
Exactly.
somewhere in the world there is a good tasting
refreshing.
watermelon. I have not tasted it.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank you.
Watermelon flavor
Watermelon
stuff,
standard.
great. Watermelon gum, awesome. But show me a good tasting watermelon, I
Yeah.
won't believe you.
I'm gonna have to agree on this one. It's
Just watery. It's all like
it's like, have you ever thought to yourself on a hot day, what I'd really like is some crunchy red water in a nasty green shell?
Yes.
it's
No. No.
It'd be better than cucumbers. And that's like a really, really hard line to reach.
Okay. I know you don't like cucumbers, but you don't like most vegetables, so I don't think that point matters.
Joke's
I
on you.
think-
Vegetables aren't real.
I put cucumbers in the same category as watermelon. It's why? Pointless, flavorless. I'm out of it.
No! Watermelon juice is so refreshing.
That's better because then you get like if it's like lightly sweet and doesn't have any pulp in it, then sure.
Okay. Watermelon juice is superior to lemonade. That is
What are you saying?
What? No.
Nah, you
No.
crazy
You
for
hate
that.
lemonade.
No.
This is so biased. You hate lemonade.
Yes, I do hate lemonade, but you hate cucumbers, so
Yeah, it's because
Same.
cucumbers are just a
Not
giant,
the same. Most people
giant-
like lemonade.
crunchy, pulpy, phallic piece of water. What do you?
It's
It's like
not
crunchy
phallic,
water. I
it's
don't want crunchy water.
it's
I don't want it.
good. Thank you, Katie. Hal says water. Yes, watermelon makes me happy and my brain smile.
That's how I feel about mango. Mango makes me happy and my brain smiles.
Yes, both of
But
them.
not watermelon.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Top fruits: watermelon, mango, papaya,
You better put strawberry in that list.
strawberries. I do not like blueberries, but that's because trauma.
What's the blueberry trauma? I have to know.
When I was like 6 or 7, I was stuffing my face with blueberries, and then at one point I saw something wiggle, and I didn't realize that there were worms in the blueberries.
Extra protein stuff.
No,
It's a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
no, I never.
You mean, hold on, you got free worms?
No,
You should
no.
charge
I-
extra for them.
It's like I love blueberries, so they didn't make me cry every time.
You cry.
So when I was a kid, I used to go to upstate New York and to go blueberry picking. And I remember I was in college years ago, and this guy offered me a blueberry that was like from like the New York, like from upstate. I took a bite and I felt my childhood. I had like a freaking Anton Ego Ratatouille moment where I like zoomed back into my childhood, and I'm really sitting there with the blueberry in my mouth, crying. And he's like, "Are you good?" And I'm like, "Childhood."
What?
They just make me nostalgic, okay?
I don't understand. Okay.
I mean, okay.
Okay.
That's your truth, and that's all right.
That is your truth.
Valid and real.
Hold on. Lemons. I love lemons, but I mostly love lemon aesthetic though. My kitchen is lemon.
Yeah.
Hi, Eric. Thank you. Yay, we're friends. Not the worms. Listen, it's true. I've been scarred by the blueberry. Okay. All right, let's get started. How much time do we want for our first sprint? Like 30 minutes?
Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. Usually do like 30 minutes for our first. We'll feel it out. Okay. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh my goodness.
What is it?
About time.
Cookies.
Cookies.
Cookies. Let's
Hell
go.
yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Who we betting on?
That soup.
Cookies.
That soup looks really choice. I'm gonna be the underdog.
You're gonna go for
Yeah.
soup?
I'm going for soup.
Are
I
you-
mean, I do think it looks decent.
That's
I'm
fair.
like, actually, it looks like I would eat it.
Hmm.
It looks like it
Yeah,
has mushrooms and peppers and peas.
Don't ruin my day. It's little spices. Not to be autistic for a second, but little bits in my soup? No.
My beloved cookies. Cookies. Going for soup.
I'm gonna go for pink cake.
No, if the cookies weren't there, I'd go for French fries. But since the cookies are there, cookies.
It's fair. It's fair. I think I'm also gonna go for cake.
Place your bets, folks. All bets in.
Yep. Got fries. I was going for soup too. Or watery curry.
Why would you say something?
Yum.
Yeah, no, it could be like a chowder.
I'm dead. Okay. Are we ready for our first sprint?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Ready, set, go. All right. Happy sprinting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay, cupcake!
I knew the cake would win.
Hell yeah.
Does the cake always win?
Cake
Duh.
always wins.
Is this not like a randomized thing? I feel
No,
cheated.
it is a randomized thing.
Yeah.
All right, okay, if you say so.
It was
Yeah.
rigged all along.
Heck yeah. Cookie cupcake. And we have Stella. Yay, friend. Hello. Heck
I have
yeah.
made it. I am home. Thank God.
You made it. Yay. Stella, you know Max. You know Natalie. That's Larry.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hey. Shut my comb. Oh no. Oh no.
And there he goes, immediately disappearing. That's okay.
It's okay. Ugh.
Bigger? I don't know how to do that. Anyway, how art thou, Sigala? How art thou?
I'm good. Well, I'm back from work finally, so that's nice.
Yay!
Woohoo.
Work stinks.
Wait, I think it's bigger now, like a little bit.
Is it?
Maybe. Or maybe I'm just looking
don't
weird.
know.
I don't know.
I'm learning things. Wait. Oh!
Oh, oh.
Is that better?
Oh, okay.
Yeah? Okay. Okay, cool. That works. All
There
right.
was
So, how
faces.
did everybody do during their sprint? What did we accomplish?
Are we going this way or that way?
Silly, you just got here. Go ahead. Yay.
Okay, hello. I've just got here. I came here like, I don't know, 7 minutes before the sprint ended. But I'm gonna start and stop today with this baby.
Oh yes. Yes, the house always wins.
Oh my god, I need to know your thoughts.
Yeah, I finished my library book on the way back from work, which was great. And so now I'm like, this is the last book I have left on my r/fantasy bingo thingy. So, big boy.
I need
Big
live
boy.
updates. I request. I demand live updates.
Don't worry, most of my thoughts are going to be, what the fuck just happened? So
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah,
We have to start that secret chat. I need to
Yeah.
know.
yeah. Max, have you read House of Leaves?
I haven't read House of Leaves, which is surprising because I feel like it's something that would be right up my street.
Exactly.
It will be right up your
But
street.
it's on the list, the ever-growing list.
Never ending.
Yeah,
are we really readers if our TBRs end at some point? I don't think so.
exactly. For every book you read, you have to buy at least 2 more.
That's all right.
You
That's
get it.
the rules.
You get
Yeah.
it. You get it.
Is this the myth of Sisyphus?
Yes, but IRL.
It's like the mountain is in fact a TBR list.
Yes.
Oh my god, the house. All right. What else, Max? How'd you do?
I got about 30 pages of one and about 5-6 pages of the other one. Respectable.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Nah.
I finished my sad anime and I was sad.
Oh, what sad anime did we finish? What went on?
I was rewatching it, so I already knew I was gonna be sad. But
Okay,
it's Angels of Death. Absolutely became obsessed a month ago, so already rewatched it because I'm not well.
Fair,
so
fair, fair.
great
That's okay.
time.
I respect that.
But then I started reading a little bit an arc that I have, so I was like, let me get back to reading.
That looks cute. I love the pink. The
Yes.
pink is a vibe.
You. Yay. Larry?
Is it me now? I ended up having to kind of. It's been about a week since I've read through the last few chapters of the book, so I reread like the last 2 chapters before my current one, and I got like maybe half a page. I don't know. Reedsy is weird because I actually have no sense of space for how big this is, but 4 paragraphs.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Nice. I did 1 paperwork Yeah, I adulted, and then I just kept reading by arc. Having a good time.
That's so real.
Heck yeah. Howell says, haven't read it, but we'll update you guys when I do. Valid and real. Just like Berserk, yes, we enjoy pain.
What gave you that impression? What gave you that impression that we enjoy pain stuff? Come on now. Come on.
We're all the same. I literally started taking notes for recorded lecture. Very nice.
Nice.
2 loads and a big blankie to wash. I'm always scared that my big blankies are gonna break the washing machine.
It's just you basically described 3 loads.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah. Oh well.
Big blank.
All right, cool. So what's up next on everyone's like TBR list or like goals before we get to spring? Because spring is it spring yet? No, spring starts next week.
Spring's the
No, spring
20th.
starts like-
Yeah, the
I think.
20th.
Yeah,
Spring is yet to
20th,
sprung.
21st.
Yeah. Anyone got
We are
anything?
not springing yet. We are sitting.
we're in pre-spring. We shall sprung.
Yeah.
I
Are we
have one
gonna-
more library book to finish.
Mm-hmm.
I have one more library book to finish. It's Where the Dark Stands Still. And ideally, I want to finish it before. Well, first of all, I need to finish it at some point because library. But ideally, I want to finish it relatively soon because the author's next book is featured in Illumicrate in, I think, June or
Okay.
something. And I want to know if I like the author's writing style enough to get that one.
Valid and real. Not real. I'm still processing that we don't have to read Brandon Sanderson. I don't think it's hit me yet.
My goal before the end of the month is to try and finish fucking Wind and Truth.
Oh,
Good luck. Good luck,
luck.
Max. It's not worth it, but good luck.
Every time I open it, I just like open the pen like, but no, it's just a shame because it's like stuff that I really did enjoy so much, and then this one was like super let me down. So I'm just not jazzed, really.
Yeah, that's fair. I have heard from a lot of fans. Like I have heard from a lot of like actual fans because I don't think Steph, Sarah, and I can call us that anymore.
Yeah.
But I've heard from a lot of actual fans that Wind and Truth let them down. Like I've heard from a lot of people that this is the weakest book in the Stormlight Archive series so far, which
Well,
this point,
Stormlight is a lot of people's favorite bit, and like Stormlight was always my
Yeah.
least favorite Cosmere thing anyway. So
oof. So you're doubly struggling. I see how it
I'm
is.
probably struggling. Yeah.
Katie, you can always share your poetry, absolutely. And also, I would say, Scylla, at this point, we're not haters on Maine. We are paving the road that runs through Maine. We are Maine.
Oh my god.
We're making the road happen is what we do.
Oh, boy, within me, I feel the moment my brain recognized where I feel it best. Ooh.
Nice.
Katie writes really beautiful poetry. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Awesome sauce. Any other books that anyone's like excited for? What are you excited to get to?
Are we still in a circle or?
I don't know, whatever. We're talking.
Honestly, like,
No.
no, I do not have a TBR. That's actually too organized and sensible for me. My hyperfixations just grip me like a death grip on my neck. So my recent months hyperfixation, as Steph knows, has been Koji Suzuki. I just finished Ring for the first time. And immediately after I finished it, we're like, let's go to Barnes & Noble. I got the next 2 books, Spiral and Loop.
Nice.
So I'm working my way through Spiral eventually.
Hell yeah.
Which you reading it taught me things because I was like, what do you mean it's kind of it's not like a movie?
You know what's weird? Here's the thing. It's strangely relevant to that movie we watched, Presence.
Mm-hmm.
it's like we're like, what do you mean it's not a horror story? It's like a sci-fi mystery, and like apparently the movies that were made afterwards is just fucking bullshit. And I'm sorry, I really is this a cursing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, as long as I don't think we get too graphic, then YouTube won't be.
No, it's like, what is this nonsense where like it's like that's not in the book? That was never a thing Koji Suzuki did? What do you mean? It was great. It was a great twist. I love the book. I'm now more mad at the movies by extension.
You know, that's always a good sign, though. When you read the book after you've watched the movie and then retroactively get mad at the movie because the book is so much better, and you're like, damn, all right, okay.
It's like, I didn't think that the Ring movie was good. I thought it was influential. It's like, it's the reason we have J-horror in the States. The reason why, like, horror has been molded the way it is. But it doesn't mean it's good. It's like Ava. You don't have to say Ava's good, but it's important.
Listen.
It's very important.
I will not.
I'm just over here like I'm in pain.
I can't take offense because you're not wrong.
Listen, Hideaki Anno. I love Hideaki Anno so much. He deserves all the love, and he needs a break. But there's a reason why Ava is to Hideaki Anno what Pinkerton is to Weezer. That's the line right there. Anyone who gets that line, I'm sure someone hears this and says, "He's right, but I hate it."
Okay, going back to Katie's poem, sucks me like a black hole and chains me every time I reach for sunlight, but it also holds me. It keeps me from flames of anger on the rainstorms that leak out through my eyes. It's easier sometimes. Sometimes I want to drown in the quiet. Everyone says to escape, like the darkness is evil, but isn't it always said to keep enemies closest? Perhaps I'll feel it someday, make friends with it, and push it further from me somehow, some way. Amazing, Katie. Amazing. Bessie occurs nearly every stream.
See, and that's me. I'm like, that's my role. Whenever I want to correct streams, I'm like, I will curse. You cannot stop me.
No. Okay.
Stop.
I think at this point, I genuinely don't register anymore if I'm cursing. It's just does it happen? Does it not happen?
Someone will be like, you gotta stop cursing. I'm like, did I curse just then? Or like, think back, I'm like, oh yeah, I did curse actually.
Yeah. Did I really say so? I did. Never mind. This is my fault.
So hard not to curse at work. So
I'll have like people who like some of my clients. I'll be like, I say like fuck, I'm like, ooh, and they're like, you're fine. And other than like, oh my word, it's like it's a mixed bag.
Goodness gracious, how could you?
Oh, doth my virgin ears deceive me?
Luckily, me and my partner work for a very small business, so like we're very on a good level with the management and stuff like that. And if customers are rude to us, we are fully allowed to tell them to get fucked.
Nice.
Incredible.
We love with your iconic emails that are like, "Dear sir or madam," and then what was it?
Yeah. Oh, there's one that's like, "Dear Mr. Rora, I'm afraid." Just accidentally sent it too early.
Just ominous.
Yeah. There's a really good one a while ago. It's like, dear Mr. So-and-so, just based.
Just based.
Oh, great. Oh, we love that stuff.
Yeah. Starting Dagger Spell this month. Nice.
Oh, wait. Oh, I know this one. Is it Catherine Kerr? Is it the Catherine Kerr series? Is it the DeVary series, Howl? I need to know because I read the first one too and it was something. Yeah. I had a great time, okay? I need to preface it by saying that, but like 70s, 80s fantasy, they were on something, and it was a lot of drugs, and they put all of that into the writing. And then you have storylines that make you go, what the fuck? Disrespectfully happened.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure like Stephen King's book that he wrote about writing, it was basically like, drugs.
Here's a hot tip for you.
You can tell which Stephen King books he was high when he was writing.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. It's great. It's great.
Absolutely. Yeah, cunty cookies, cunty elephants, cunty everything. We love that for you. Doodling some joy, yes.
Yay!
And yes, it is that author.
Hell yeah. You know, Howell, this might actually get me to continue with the series, because I was like, I think this was enough experiment right now. I need to calm down, but I do have the next 3, I think. So the first DeVary cycle, I have the first DeVary cycle, so maybe I should continue and then tell you every single one of my reactions, because they were something for the first book, all right?
Yeah. You know what this makes me think of? Okay, totally unrelated. So we went to a convenience store yesterday, I think, right? And we were like,
yeah.
I think it was
boy.
like they were playing like 70s rock on the stereo.
It was 80s, but it was like, the
Was
way you
it
described it,
80s?
it was 80s, early 80s.
Okay, but I feel like we're now at the time frame where 80s rock is granddad music. It's not even dad music anymore.
No, because I said divorced dad rock, and you said it's divorced grandpa rock at this point. I'm like, ugh, the passage of time again. Strikes again.
You know,
It's so weird with stuff like that, because like I was thinking about that the other day with a lot of the books I have, like old sci-fi stuff I've inherited from my dad. There's like the books or like printed in the 60s and stuff like that, and it will just the thought that there will be a point in my life where I have like trash sci-fi that is like 100 years old, which is just wild.
oh, we
Old
love
forgotten
that.
literature.
Yeah.
So strange.
Years ago, and this is like when I was still in college, I went to a record store up north, and I remember I was looking for like a copy of like Blue Album Deluxe from Weezer from 94. So like 94. And I go over to the clerk. I'm like, hey, I can't find it. He's like, have you checked the classic rock section? And I'm like, fuck you. Just like, how dare you? It's like, no, I didn't. It was there.
Was it there?
It was there.
Like,
No, because at that point, 94, it was already over. As they say, things over 25 years old is classic rock. I'm like, stop.
Oh no.
Don't
That's
remind me of the passage of time. How dare you?
yeah. But even now, you see like playlists on Spotify and stuff that's called like Dad Rock, and it's got fucking Green Day in it. Dad
crazy. Crazy
It's
behavior.
like, Dookie, you mean Dad Rock? I'm like, stop.
Yeah. So upsetting. So upsetting.
Do you know what my children said to me recently? They were like,
Oh, boy.
2018? Oh my God, that was like almost a decade ago. I'm like, no, stop. Can't do this to me.
I feel that though. I feel that.
There's like the two kinds of millennial. Is the first one's like, don't remind me that death is approaching, and the second one's like, death is approaching.
And sometimes you just swing between both of these like a fucking ping pong ball, because you cannot decide.
You just gotta go like this instead.
No,
Your own
it's
personal Laola wave. Let's go.
surrounded by old people every day of my life. I'm constantly reminded of the mortal coil. So I'm like, please stop. Like, one of them will be like, Larry, getting old sucks. And I'm like, it really does. And she's like, the status, like, I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. And then like 2 minutes pass. She's like, what's the worst thing about being old? The worst thing? I'm like, listen, do you or do you not want to talk about the passage of time? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to.
The mixed signals is real.
It's just like, there's like, no.
Howell, don't say that to me, because I'm not too far behind you.
All this, like, if I know the passage of time, everyone else will also know the passage of time.
I'm about to make this everybody's problem.
Yes. Dragging everyone down with him. I see how it is.
Jesus, no, stop.
Oh, what I'm also super excited for in terms of books is I made another order. Technically, I've read these books, so they don't count towards my TBR.
Amazing.
That's how this works, right?
Yes.
But I have the
Okay.
third volume because it's a Danmei series. I have the third volume And I'm very excited to get to it because some of the pictures inside look very, very heartbreaking, and I cannot wait.
I told you pain. We love pain.
Yes. Listen. All of the danme I have on my shelves have moments that are genuinely heartbreaking, okay? Like, one of them includes the line, "At least dying together also included a together," okay? So, yeah.
I mean, that's my morale when reading the Song of Achilles. I'm like, well, they end up together, in the afterlife.
Exactly.
Eventually.
And everyone talks about them together, like, do not separate. So, like, it's fine, right? It's fine.
This is
It's
giving
fine.
toxic Romeo and Juliet. That's how I feel about this.
No, but like, I'm so excited because one of the main characters in that series, he's such a bitch, and I love him. No, Natalie, you don't understand. Like, he is super hated by a lot of people because he's the youngest brother to a guy that everyone dislikes for reasons that are unimportant right now. They just don't like him. And so at some point, he just talks to this one guy who consistently is like, "Your brother led my people into death, and so I fucking hate you." And at some point, he just looks him dead in the eye and goes, "Okay, then kill me." Like,
Then do something about it then.
for at least just like, if you want to be the one to end my name because I'm the last one of my name, then just fucking do it, man. I'm right here. I'm not moving.
Does he call the bluff?
Oh yeah, immediately. Like,
Amazing.
that guy does not do anything.
Amazing.
But it's so, I love him. He's such a bitch. And
I support this, Stella, 100%.
I think you would love the series, Natalie. I think you would.
Oh, knowledge of the
You know,
Critical hit.
back in my day, they called that wisdom.
When do you get so old that it starts being lore?
Good question.
No,
Great
the Gen
question.
Zers call it that now. That it's like this is like dad lore,
Oh God.
the deep lore. When you're old enough for grandpa to tell you about the old lore.
Oh no. I feel like, okay, what wisdom do we have to depart? I'm like, here's stupid shit that I did. Don't do it. Like, rinse your blueberries and inspect them before you eat them.
Very good wisdom. I approve. I appreciate this. Thank you so much.
I feel like all millennials have at least one really carefully curated folder of memes that is going to be valuable to the next generation.
I do.
See, there you go.
Yeah, our catalog of reaction, like really specific reaction images.
Yes. I was called a queer elder in person.
That's rough. Again, you just said it. You're not even 40 yet, but it's also sad.
That's rough, buddy.
Yes, be yourself and
Real.
never stop being spicy. Absolutely. Let me see. I have a folder named fuck shit. Let me see what's in here.
All right then.
You know, it's really messed up because I have in my phone I have a meme image, I have like a folder, and the number one image is this image of Anakin from the Star Wars prequel movies, and it's him just having this look of indignance, but he's also wearing like an African kente hat for some reason.
Why?
I don't. It gives the energy of indignance, but it's just like it's like I feel like that I can imagine like the prompt and stuff says when a white person says something just that audacious, and it's just like,
Bro.
it sticks. And I'm like, you know what? That's the vibe.
I'm pretty sure I have
Fair, honesty.
something. Hold on. Where's my fuck shit folder? Oh, there it is. I found it.
Hell yeah.
The last thing I put in here was Lord of the Rings AI as an 80s family sitcom.
Nice.
Oh yes.
Remember my cousin who was 2 years younger provided space for him to joke and be himself and give him resources. Oh, cute. Cat memes are life, though.
Yes.
Yes. This is the correct answer. Yes. Just to make meme gifs on Tumblr that some people still use. Were you a Tumblr Were you there for Tumblr?
Were you there in the beginning time?
In the beginning of the internet?
Oh, don't
the
even start me on
beginning.
Tumblr. Like Tumblr circa 2012. Oh
Yeah.
God.
Oh, here. Diagnosed, but mom said no. That's
Nice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Trying to be part of the cabinet for one of my school's queer clubs so I can make a good space. Oh, that's sweet. I think you would do a good job at it, Katie. Yes, I was a Tumblr person.
Same here, unfortunately.
Oh no. I was never.
I mean, it gave me all my favorite books, but it's not a good thing.
I was about to say, at what cost? At what cost?
Exactly. At what cost?
Yes. That's right, because you got to be there to help. Yes, absolutely. We need positive enforcement. I was there at the beginning, so around 2009.
Wow.
I mean, I was around. I wasn't on Tumblr. I remember when YouTube dropped.
Mhm.
That feels like lore.
That's the old texts.
That's right next to the Old
I
Testament.
miss
That's where that-
Flash games. I miss
Flash
Flash
games?
games so much.
E-Bombs Worlds, old Newgrounds,
Oh my god.
Albino Black Sheep.
Anime
Oh, yeah.
Tumblr.
I think Congregate was the
Yes,
Flash thing while I
Congregate.
was on. Yeah.
Oh my god, that was like they said, what if we just made Flash games with like Xbox Live stuff? So it's like with
Hell
achievements.
yeah, it's so great.
I'm like, it's like, why are you just tickling those parts of my brain that I like so much?
Congregate was
Because
so
why not?
like damaging for me because I spent like 3 years of my life playing tower defense fucking games. Like
Did you ever get into
solidly.
remember that card game they made for Congregates?
Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah, that
but,
was
like,
so cool.
Yeah, that was really good.
There was like an online like matchmaking thing. It was so crazy, like for its
Oh
time,
my
you know.
matchmaking.
It was free. You played against other people. You could feel the actual visceral hatred across the screen.
I do remember that. Yeah, you've awakened a memory now. I need to go look that up later.
I don't want to. I don't want to think about it. I'm still trying to freaking organize my magic collection. I can't do this.
Also,
Okay.
Natalie, I'm sending you the cover for the first volume in that series.
Okay, I support this.
Okay, hold on. I think I'm about to make everybody feel old, or maybe just me.
Good.
Okay, all right.
I remember waiting for the radio to play a song so that I could use my little flip phone to record it and put that as my ringback tone.
Mm-hmm.
That feels old.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh my god! That actually awakened a memory in me that I'm ashamed of.
Oh, okay. Would you like to share with the class?
Of
everyone?
course.
It's
Of
not
course I love
is
cringe
it related
posting.
to chaos magic?
No, it's not related to chaos. This is long before chaos magic. Older than dirt. No, I remember I did like that kind of thing for the what was it, that song Miserloo, you know, like the surfer rock song. You've heard it. You've heard it. Everyone's
No.
heard it. When you think of like surf rock music, like it's just never mind. The point is, I remember I had it and I was so like, this is so cool. I had the song. It's just like it's a guitar riff, and I remember like I had my phone really obnoxiously loud for like ringtones for the people who never called me. And then like one day I'm on I think it like maybe went off once or twice on the school bus, and I had to be in like 7th grade, and finally it goes off a third time, and someone in the back yells, "Can you shut it off? You're not cool."
Oh,
No.
oh,
And I've had
immediate
it-
damage.
And I've had it on vibrate since.
For 10 years, 15 years.
Probably like
That's
closer to,
real.
let's see, that was 7th grade. That's like I was 12. 19 years.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I understand. I understand the immediate humbling. I get it.
Oh, VHS taping too. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure I might have told the story already. Did I tell you guys a story about how when I was little, I didn't understand that rewinding things didn't happen in real time?
I know the story. Go ahead, say it again.
Okay. So when I was little, I didn't understand because I thought when you watch TV and like you watch the news, that's real time, right? Like that's like live, whatever. I didn't understand that movies were not the same. So I would watch a movie, like I'd watch a Disney movie and I'd be like, that was a good movie. Let's watch it again and see what they do this time. And then I'd rewind it, watch it, and I'd be like, yo, they're so dumb. Why'd they make the same decisions?
I love like kids' misunderstandings and stuff like that. The one that we always like talk about in our house is my youngest sister absolutely did not think wolves were real. Because they're like the baddie in all the fairy tales, right? Why would they be a real thing? It's a fairy tale animal. And
That's
she
fair.
went, yeah, right. So I see the logic, but we went to the zoo and she saw a wolf and she like shit herself.
No.
She's like, what the fuck do you mean? That's a real animal.
She's like, do they put on grandma's clothes too?
Yeah. Wait, what is this one an exhibitionist? What's happening here?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yes, I also thought that about cartoons too. The fact that my parents didn't realize I was neurospicy just demonstrates how strong this is.
Oh god.
The denial's real.
Oh,
It's okay. It's okay. I think one of my favorite memories when I was a child and did not know any better was my dad made me listen to the original audio production of Treasure Island when I was like 7 max. So he had a lot of fun with it. I did not, because I was terrified of Long John Silver for the longest time. And my dad, the fucker that he is, realized that I was scared of Long John Silver mostly because of his peg leg, right? Because Long John Silver in the book has a peg leg. Because of course he does, he's a pirate, like yada da. Also he got keelhauled. It's a long story. It happens sometimes. It is what it is. But my dad realized that he could fuck with me. And so at some point he got the movie for Moby Dick. In case no one knows this, Captain Ahab also has a peg leg. So my dad put the movie to the exact scene we meet Captain Ahab and looked at me and goes, look, Long John Silver is going to get you.
It's terrible.
Yeah, so you're just evil is what I'm hearing.
It was absolutely evil. It was the worst thing he's ever done for me.
Can we talk about though the Treasure Planet Long John Silver probably being the coolest Disney villain in the history of Disney villains?
I love Treasure Planet so
Treasure
much.
Planet.
It is legitimately one of my favorite movies ever. It's so good.
That's one of the few Disney movies that I'm like, where's my remake? Where's my
Yeah. I want Treasure Planet and Atlantis are the two that need remaking.
Yes,
Everything
and
else
everything else can go away. It's fine. We've done it. We've seen it. It's okay. With Atlantis and Treasure Planet, you could do so much.
Do you really want them to tarnish that? Because trust me, they will. They'll find a way.
You know what? That's true.
It's like, how can I ruin your life a little bit more? It's like, are you really going to try? Listen, they killed the Lion King like it was nothing. And they said, hey, you want to see me ruin Lion King? You want to see me do it again? And then immediately made Mufasa like 3 years later. I'm like, trust me, they'll do it. They'll ruin your favorite stuff. They don't have to try.
True.
Speaking of ruining childhood, so I met someone recently who didn't know that rhinoceros is not a dinosaur and is actually a thing.
Wait, what?
What?
Amazing.
Because okay, you know how rhinoceros at the end sound, I guess, could be misinterpreted as saurus, like dinosaur, like lizard. They thought because of that suffix, like what suffix, right? At the end of the word.
Suffix, yeah.
They thought that rhinoceros were a dinosaur, and so therefore were not alive.
Well,
I know. I get the logic. I see where there's
solid logic, however, not exactly true.
It feels like troll logic, like the fucking magnet pulling the person with the magnets. Like,
listen,
like
there was a hypothesis. There was a hypothesis. The hypothesis just was not true.
Yes. The solution is they don't understand Latin.
Yes.
At least there was an attempt at logic there.
Right? I support that. Also, they shouldn't understand Latin because Latin is something. I've had it for 4 years. I get their shit on it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, that's why I need the hat, Katie. That's
No.
Detective.
No. Don't do this to me. The Great Mouse Detective shall not be tarnished. If I see a fucking live action Ratigan, I will die. No. No, I was gonna say when you said Long John Silver's the best Disney villain, no, Ratigan is the best Disney villain. The world's greatest criminal minds.
I thought that was Pinky in the Brain.
No. Even louder, I'll shout it. I love that stupid movie so much. Baby's first Sherlock Holmes.
I love the Mouse Detectives. They're so cute.
Right, I'm gonna have to dip before the next sprint.
No worries.
But good to see everybody. Happy BookTube anniversary.
Thanks, Max, for coming.
I'll speak to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
And there he goes.
So the Mouse Detective is about 2 gay rats after.
Solid intro.
I mean, you're just describing Sherlock and Watson.
I mean,
Also true.
accurate.
Oh,
Very
here's the
accurate.
thing. You can do it. You can do it.
You can do this.
Yep. Saying bye to Max.
Oh, that reminds me. I was trying to remember the name, but I recently tried a book because I have this thing where sometimes I have a massive pile of books and I go, we're going to read the first chapter and I'm going to see what's happening. And I read one which is from a Swedish author, Niklas Natt och Dag, which, by the way, funnily enough, translates to night and day.
Ooh,
So
cool.
raddest last name I've ever seen,
Yeah.
in fact.
Let's.
But he has a trilogy out. I think the first one is 1793 or something. And it is set in 1793, as one might suggest. Yeah, I know, right? Like it's an educated guess, and the guess would be right. But like I didn't finish it because my library has the books. So if I want to read them, I'm gonna get them from the library. And I wanted to unhaul books because that makes me feel good about my TBR. But it is a like Sherlock Holmes and Watson, not retelling, but it's influenced by them. It's just set in Sweden in 1793, which is kind of cool, you know.
Cool.
Also, you know, that is one title that you're probably not going to forget. So we love to see that.
Mm-hmm. Katie's working on theater. It has religion involved. Don't be scared, Katie. You can do it.
Right to be scared. I haven't read it, but she's right.
Honestly, is it actually theater if the writer is not ostensibly on drugs?
That's fair.
There we go. Have you ever read any Shakespeare play, period? He was on a lot of things, but sober was not one of them.
I don't know. I feel like who was it? Lin-Manuel Miranda was just high on his own supply, whatever that was. He's like it's like he's just sitting there like on the plane just beatboxing, and someone's like, is he on drugs? No, he's just Lin-Manuel Miranda.
The strength is different. Oh, Dad. Okay. Should we do another sprint?
Yeah.
Sure.
Right.
Also, just so you know, I might dip at some point very briefly to get food, but then I shall be back.
Sounds good. No worries. Okay. Do we have any requests for our next theme? Let's see.
I mean, if you race again, I'm going to bet on the soup this time again.
Oh, we always race, but the question is, what do we race? What are we racing?
Put soup back in there, double or nothing. I don't have a problem.
Let's see. You know what? It's my birthday. I'm gonna choose. I'm gonna choose. What haven't we done yet? I don't know.
Yeah,
we haven't. Have we done moose ever?
No, I don't think so.
The animal or the
That was
food?
me.
Let's look at the moose.
Both at the same time.
Moose venison in a moose?
I like
Yeah.
the fact that I could see immediately how your brain was trying to figure out how that was supposed to work.
Liquid moose?
What?
Just imagine him flowing very graciously. on
Imagine
his
I just imagine a
vagina.
chocolate mousse in a glass cup, but it's got 2 antlers sticking out.
And then it just scooches forward, like scooch, scooch.
It just like
Oh,
hops.
Marissa
on
wants
its
to know
little,
what
like-
everybody's reading.
I'm gonna read House of Leaves. It's so big.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
God.
continue with my arc, which is Camila Nunez' Year of Disaster. So that's the
Yeah.
plan.
It looks so pretty.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
I love the cover.
It very much vibes with your hair, honestly.
It
It's
does.
just made for it.
Matching.
I'm just gonna keep writing.
Lawrence is writing, and I'm reading my Arc of the Devils and having a really good time.
I want to read that one too.
It's
Very-
really fun. I'm having a
Listen, I love Joe Abercrombie because he is insane.
He is insane.
Yeah. You're gonna need to read First Law because whatever the fuck is going on in there, I could not possibly explain to you.
Yeah, I can see why now.
Yeah, you get it. You
Oh,
get
they're
it.
such normie looking mooses.
Babies.
They're babies.
The meese.
The moose. Is moose plural of moose?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the whole problem.
Fucking English.
It's one of those words that never got a plural ending in the 1600s. So take it up with those guys.
I think the reason why there was a whole thing about why mice and a mouse and moose have different pluralities because one of them is I think Scandinavian in origin and one of them is French.
Partially, but it also often has to do with the plural s inflection that happened in 13 something.
No kidding. I'm gonna have to ask you about that later because I'm curious. No, I
I'm
love
gonna need to
linguistics.
look up my notes. I have a lot of notes about that because I had to take linguistics for 2 semesters.
Oh,
so.
I love linguistics.
They're very fun because you look at them and you go, "What the fuck is happening?"
What was it? The phrase I heard is English isn't a language. English is 3 languages in a trench coat.
That is correct because English has so many loanwords that got immediately adapted into the language that you cannot formulate a sentence beyond a second grade level that does not have majority loanwords in it. This is not true for any other language. I am not kidding.
We're
You
just
know what? Blame the English.
When all else fails.
all right.
Valid.
Place your bets for your moose.
2.
I'm gonna go in number 2.
2.
Oh, everybody's going too.
That's where the soup was. So it's the soup moose.
He looks so cute. Look at him. Look at the big eyes.
Well, I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna go number 1.
I'm different.
I'm different. I'm so different.
I'm so special.
Katie's going number 3. Kate's going number 3. They look kind on a mission. Their eyes are fully dilated. They're like hamsters with horns. Blame the soup. Let's run for the moose feed coated in let's see what they get at the end. And going with number 3. Okay. All right. Most votes for number 2 or number 3. Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Get set. Go. Oh, this happened.
Oh my god, they're going. Wow.
You look accurate. I feel like moose are actually really good for this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's my day.
Good for you.
Twice in a row.
2 for 2. Oh God.
Doing a little moose dance. Oh yeah.
You're not rigging these?
Huh?
You're not...
Positive.
All right.
No.
What do you say?
No rigging involved. Pure luck.
It's because they knew it was my All right. How'd you guys do?
Great.
I read 24 pages of my arc.
Very nice. Very nice.
It just occurred to me that this doesn't actually measure pages. It just kind of just keeps going depending on what chapter I'm working on.
Valid. How much do you feel like you wrote?
A decent amount. I'm really kind of like getting back into the flow again, like with this chapter.
Okay. Good for you.
Yeah, no, I'll read it to you later. Maybe during the next sprint.
Okay. Scylla will be back. And I read. I think I read like 15 pages. Maybe. The text is tiny.
I'm back.
Small. Still back. The words are small. Kate read 13 pages. Yay. Good job, Kate.
Woo. What?
How'd you do?
I went food and I have cake now.
Nice.
And also and also I looked through my linguistics notes and
Ooh.
Oh, yes.
find what I was talking about. So I couldn't exactly find what I was talking about because essentially moose is a loan word from the, I think, 18th century roundabout.
Okay.
So it was introduced super late into the syntax, which is one of the reasons why it does not function plurality-wise as a lot of the other words function.
Mm-hmm.
However, I have found some more notes and also a fun little exercise that I can do with you guys, which is I will read a paragraph to you and you get to tell me how many loan words you think are in it.
Oh my god.
Wait, what's the definition of a
I was about to say, how can you define loan word?
The definition of a loan word is that it is borrowed from another language, and the problem with English is that all of its loan words, which come from Norse, France, Germanic languages, as well as a lot of other influences, are not necessarily a part of the English syntax anymore. So in German, for example, we have a big difference between what is usually referred to as academic German versus non-academic German, or just daily German, essentially. Because daily German uses less loan words than academic German. Which is also why, ironically enough, English academic articles are easier to read for me because because I understand where the loan words are coming from.
It's universal, kind of.
Exactly. Like, for example, to think of a random example, ophthalmologist, right? It's more or less a normal English word. Yes, it's a bit of a special word because, you know, it's a little bit of a specialized field, essentially. But ophthalmologist is the defined word. In German, there's a difference between talking about an ophthalmologist, which is what, for example, a medicine student would do, versus what we normally reference, which is just eye doctor.
Okay.
And in English, you don't have many differences there because Latin, Greek, Norse, French, etc. have all been implemented into the English language to the point where it is genuinely impossible for the language to function if you took those loan words away.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if ophthalmologist is supposed to be like a base word in English, does that mean that English is primarily Latin based, even though it has so many loan words that are varied in language?
Partially, yes. This is also, by the way, why English has so many words that technically mean the same thing or a very similar thing.
It's different
But
origins.
Exactly. This is partially because during mostly the 15th, 16th century, we had what is normally referred to as a triglossia, which basically means that one place of origin has 3 different languages that vary in different social structures. In England, this was English, French, and Latin. Latin for the clergy, French for noblemen, and English for everyone else.
Okay.
So the English that was spoken at the time had a lot more origins from the actual Anglo-Saxon language that was spoken in the region previously. And everyone else was basically talking on various different levels of languages. And this then at some point merged into the English that we know today, which has a lot of loanwords from all over the place that at this point are so integrated into the language that you could not take them away and still talk in the exact same manner as you did previously.
That's so cool.
All right.
Really fun fact, for example, that's the reason you have heaven and sky.
Really interesting.
Because they come from 2 different origins of languages.
Okay, so like the refer to the heavens isn't necessarily referring to the afterlife, but just above.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
It's great, isn't it? Basically, what we had at the time was you can't see it fully because I don't want to spoil everything, but these are 4 different paragraphs that vary in like how complicated they are in understanding, which again is trying to tell you that if you talk, for example, to a preschooler, you're probably automatically going to use less loan words than if you were talking in an academic setting. Because I can tell you right now, as a tiny hint, the last paragraph essentially is just loan words.
Okay.
Apart from a few auxiliary verbs and stuff like that. It's so cool.
Okay, give it to us.
All right.
Okay. So the very first one is the one that has the least amount of loan words, right? So this is easy language, easy use. Charlie, she says, they look like fish fingers to me, and I would never eat a fish finger. I know that, but these are not fish fingers. They are ocean nibbles from the supermarket under the sea. Mermaids eat them all the time. How many loan words do you think that one has?
5?
Okay, fingers. Wait, are you saying thumbs up as in it's 5?
Maybe.
Oh.
Just confirming that the statement has been acknowledged. Mermaid
Statement has been
fingers.
heard.
Mermaids, fingers. Ocean.
You're using the wrong plosive here. It's nibbles, not nipples.
The Freudian slip, if you will.
It's okay, Howell, I understand.
Nibble, if it sounds like one.
Okay, wait, can you read it again?
Sure. Charlie, she says, they look like fish fingers to me, and I would never eat a fish finger. I know that, but these are not fish fingers. These are ocean nibbles from the supermarket under the sea. Mermaids eat them all the time.
Market could be one, maybe. What about fish? What if fish is one?
Do you want me to confirm or deny that?
No, I'm just saying. I'm not trying to like fish for an answer. I'm just trying to like. So maybe even more. Maybe like 7. Because like I thought it's like
ocean, mermaid, market,
fish finger, nibble.
nibble.
Because like I'm thinking of ones that sound like they could be what's it called? Colloquialisms. Like anything that's a colloquialism could I maybe I'm not grasping what loan words are in the grander scheme, maybe, but like the way I'm thinking of it is colloquialisms are the things that confuse people because it varies from culture to culture, and like I don't know.
I'm gonna go with 10.
I'll stick at 7.
Okay, solid. Do you want to take a guess, Natalie, or do you want me to reveal it?
You can just reveal.
Okay. So I'm going to count off the loan words as I say them. They, ocean, nibbles, supermarket, and them.
Really?
Because the they, them pronouns is a Norse loan word, and it is the only pronoun that is a loan word in the English language.
Interesting.
Wow.
So, but like we is not, like the royal we is not. Okay.
Yep. That is because the sound for they them, for example, is from the Norse letter the, which is this like, I mean, maybe you've seen it at some point. It's this weird squiggly D with a cross through it.
Mm-hmm.
It's called thorn, which is the official word for it, and it is a loan word from the Norse conquest of England.
Interesting.
That was when it started to be first used. So the they them pronoun is one of the oldest pronouns that we have in the English language.
Fun facts.
That is so cool.
I know, right? All right, so second text. This one has a few more in it.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to York Minster? Archie broke the silence, not taking his eyes off the glossy front door. Kate looked at him, irritated that his thoughts could be elsewhere. A while ago. And? He turned to her. What did you think? She shrugged. I don't know. It was good. What has it got to do with us being here? How good? Was it very good? Fairly good? Do you think it was better than Winchester? Did you eat in the cafe?
Cafe.
I was thinking. Actually,
I know that one.
Where do proper nouns fall into like into loan words? I was gonna say like because like places like Winchester, I don't know if like technically like that counts or not. I don't know.
A lot of place names don't count as loan words. No.
Because okay. Cafe. Oh my god, I was getting so caught up on phrases there.
It's born in Winchester.
Oh, okay.
Very nice. I'm gonna go with 10.
I feel like just the rule is that there's supposed to be more and more, so I assume at least 10.
Yeah.
But I have no clearly. Even last time, I would have if I stuck with my original number 5, I would be right, but I was not right about the words. So.
Is and one?
No.
Hands? No.
Fairly?
Maybe.
Good.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
I'm gonna say 10.
I'll go 10.
Stick with 10.
Yeah. Are
Natalie,
you all right with the 10 as well, Natalie?
Yes, I'll keep having my secret number and being wrong. I'm okay with this.
All right, then keep your secrets.
Okay, so the loan words are minster, silence, taking, front, irritated, turned, very, and cafe.
So 8.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
At least,
Okay.
so you read about the cafe one at least.
Whoa, I got 1.
I
Oh no,
forgot
I
about
got 2
si-
because I think you said fairly was one also, right?
Very, very.
Very,
is a loan word.
okay.
Fairly is
silence. I
not a
forgot
loan
about.
word. Yep.
Okay.
All right. So now we get into the categories of there's a lot more loan words in here actually. So actually it's 5 paragraphs, by the way. I miscounted because I missed that one of them was like its separate thing. But let's go to number 3.
Okay.
Switch on the radio after supper and catch most of Elgar's First Symphony, music which invariably transports me back to boyhood, and walking up to Headingley Lane on a summer evening after a concert in Leeds Town Hall. The evocative power of music is, I suppose, greatest when heard in live performance. This is a recording, but it still casts a spell because I have come on it by accident. Had I put on the recording myself, the spell would have been nowhere near as powerful because self-induced. Why this should be, I can't think, though doubtless Proust would know.
I'm gonna
15.
select D, all the above.
So if I remember correctly, you said loan words are words that derive from a different language, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of like symphonia. Like I'm thinking of like that's actually symphony. Wait, symphonia is that Latin based? Because you said earlier that like Latin being the base of English is half true. So like I don't know if
It is mostly Latin and Norse. Like a lot of the words that are used in everyday life are either Latin or Norse derived, which
So,
is
but you said-
because both of these were big influences in colonizing England for the first time.
makes sense. So you said though that the earlier one, you said that was a Norse term, right?
Yep.
But it's a loan word.
Yep.
I feel like something's not. The math isn't mathing right now.
What is the equation? I don't.
No, because like
I'm like, what don't we understand? Words we stole. Is that
no,
easier?
I got that part. But like, if they said that the baseline of the colonization of English is Norse and Latin primarily, but a Norse word is a loan word, meaning that it's like outside of it. Is that what they call? Is that what they call an exonym, or is that something else?
Exonym and endonym is how people refer to themselves versus how they are referred to. So endonym is what a group of people calls themselves. Exonym is what other people call them.
So sometimes like older pejoratives kind of fall into that. I know, like,
Mhm.
what is it? Like the Inuit people, Eskimo is an exonym because that's what people called them. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
But I think the point is that all languages do have words that they just made up. Like,
Yeah,
if it's not a
absolutely.
loan word, is that they made it up. They decided this thing is called this.
Yep.
Why? Because yes.
Yep. Like a lot of loan words happen because of language contact and because people started trying to communicate with each other and then just realized, I think I'm just gonna whatever the fuck that means. I guess that's what we're going for now. Like for example, a lot of the river names that we have in a lot of places are called the way that they are called because the invaders, like for example the Romans when coming into England, they pointed towards the rivers and were like, what's that? And they wanted to know the name, but the locals thought that they were asking what the fuck river means in their languages. And so that's how a lot of place names have happened over time because someone was just like, I want to know what this is. And one person was like, well, it's a fucking river, mate. I don't know what you want from me.
It feels like that story, the kangaroo story that wasn't actually true, I think, from Arrival.
The kangaroo story.
Remember I asked, like, what is that? And then they said, I don't understand.
Oh, it was a cow. You mean the cow?
Well, I thought it was kangaroo.
When they went up in the beginning and said, what is the word for war?
No, that's two separate things. I'm talking about, there was like, I think they later mentioned the idea of misunderstanding, how like the idea is that colonizers come to like Australia and the indigenous people of Australia, like there's a kangaroo there and the invader basically says, what's that thing? And allegedly, I think the story is apocryphal. It's not actually true, but allegedly the story is that they say, I don't understand. And they thought that meant kangaroo, or that's what a kangaroo is. I guess it's the same story. It's the same concept. Yeah.
Yeah, I love stories like that because language contact is honestly wild as fuck.
Yeah, it's like the fact that people like the whole premise of like Arrival is fascinating to me because of the fact that like I can't grasp how someone is able to build a narrative with another person with a language that neither person understands the other one's language at all. Like, how do you create a framework like that? How do you have such a grasp of the concept of like complex linguistics to be able to start having a conversation that's anywhere sensible?
That's why I love like sci-fi stories that do first contact like in an actual linguistic way, because it is so fascinating to me when authors, especially those that have like linguistics backgrounds, try to incorporate that into how they present the world, because language contact is so incredibly fascinating. Like there's so many rules as to what words are loan words or why a certain word got taken but another one didn't. Like for example, there's a lot of theories about how language changes, specifically insofar that depending on when you came in contact with who and over what, do you have more loan words in one area of language than in the other? Like, for example, if you have language contact with a language that is based on the same level as yours, which essentially just means that both groups have a similar standing in society in a way, you will probably have more loan words or words in common in general in areas like trade, for example. But if we talk about subjugating languages, like for example, when a people subjugate another place and subsequently force a different language onto them, which is how a lot of pidgins and creoles get created, for example, with English as a base, because of course they do.
French based, yeah.
Exactly. And then you have completely different language systems and how they overtake each other. And you will have more loan words in places that are not just trade, but that preclude more social events. But more often than not, the words that you keep from your own language are usually the ones that are related to family, for example, that are related to your innermost identity, because that is something you usually don't share with other groups of people.
It's private, yeah.
Which means you also don't take over other words for it, because you have words and there's no need to exchange them. I love language.
Where does I say, like, where does that fall, like, level? I know there was like this thing I read about a while ago. Is it like 5 levels of comprehensive language? And like the idea is that if you go like more than one level between them, there's like I may be language. I can't remember if it's language or like information or knowledge. I might be thinking about knowledge, because the idea is there's like 5 levels, and anyone who is like more than one space between each other just can't understand each other.
Yeah.
Oh, there's like comprehension. I can't remember.
And like there's also differences in language change depending on whether your culture is stationary or traveling, for example. Like there's a lot of there is finally some research being done on Romani languages, for example, because Romani have been traveling throughout Europe this entire time. They are also a wildly oppressed group, you know. I just need to mention that real quick.
Of course.
Actually really horrible. And a lot of their languages also change depending on like whom they came into contact with and why they came into contact with these people. And stationary languages, more often than not, will flow into each other eventually, even on more personal levels, because you're always neighbors with that one guy, right? So you're always with that one guy, and so at some point you might invite him into your family, so to speak, which then doesn't have to, but can change language on a more personal level. Whereas if you're not stationary, you will only ever take words from other languages that are of use to you. And so language change will again be impacted depending on whether or not you're the traveling party, for example. I love language.
I immediately just think of like Yiddish, for example, like Yiddish and like the Jewish diaspora, like before, like for political reasons and politically like corrupt reasons, they tried to make Hebrew, which was for a very long time like a religious isolated language, the official Jewish language. Like Jews basically, culturally speaking, follow whatever language whatever country they're in. The idea is they talk about like how like primarily Spanish Jews before the Inquisition spoke primarily Spanish or some variation of Spanish. And Yiddish is only one of the ones that kind of survived as it is because of just the large, was it concentration of like shtetls outside of Germany and Dutch countries?
Are we still guessing numbers?
I don't know.
Would you like to guess the number?
I'm gonna 25.
I'm gonna say 15 to 15. Drop my phone again.
All right. I shall reveal the words. Let me count them off on my fingers.
Natalie,
so we have.
I can.
Natalie wants to have
number.
I was about to say Natalie has her secret number. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
I've been wrong every single time, so it doesn't matter.
Listen, at least you're honest about it. Okay, you have your secret number. No one else needs to know about it.
Yes.
Okay, so the lone words in that paragraph were switch, radio, supper, catch, symphony, music, invariably, transport, concert, evocative, power, suppose, performance, record, cast, cause, accident, powerful, cause and self-induced, so induced, though and doubtless.
Oh, I was close.
You were closer, yeah.
Yeah, look at you.
I feel like I got symphony right, but I don't think I understand why.
It's because it's from Latin, symphonium.
But like once again, like I the part that's not making sense to me though is that like if English, like as you said, was based on primarily like Latin and Norse, then why would those words that are Latin and Norse, unless are they newer words from the language? And like is it the idea that once the language came in contact with these languages and became English at some point in time, and then when it reconnected with Latin or other Latin-based languages again, it basically reclaimed these new words because they weren't there
in a way. essentially what happens with loanwords is you're trying to express something that you cannot express in your own language. And so you borrow a word from somewhere in order to very shortly say what you're trying to say.
Okay, so it's kind of like, what is it, like in Japanese when they just say the whole thing in Japanese and they say McDonald's? Like,
Yeah.
because even though the language itself is based around that, the words have molded to this new language and aren't necessarily in their okay, I'm getting it now.
Yeah.
I kind of get it, yeah.
I love loanwords because especially with English, they're so whack. Like in German, it is not this bad. I promise. It's very fun though. So in the second to last paragraph, to see the host, however fleetingly, was a privilege-bringing blessing. Those robbed of this privilege by misfortune, such as poor eyesight, might be rescued by heavenly intervention. Conversely, the sacrilegious might be deprived of the ability to see the host which they profaned.
12. Wait, does it go more? Or
Yes, it becomes more.
I think now it's 20. I think now it's 25. Because like I heard Fortuna. I heard.
What? I feel like this is a trick question.
I don't know. I'm just going with it. I'm rolling with it. I have nothing to prove.
Learning with Scylla. That's today's topic.
Yeah.
Yes. Penguin is Welsh. I did not know this.
I'm thinking of the freaking Benedict Cumberbatch documentary where he keeps saying penguin.
Penguin, yes.
And no one told
It's one
him
of
that he
my
was saying...
it's one of my favorite moments, like those clips that you can see from those talk shows, and this is one of my favorite ones ever because it's so funny.
No one told him. No one wanted to correct him, and they said, "Just go with it. You're great. You're doing great,
Yeah.
Benedict."
Just keep talking. It's fine. No one will notice. Everyone notices.
The penguin.
15. Show them that old bread and what old bread looks like.
I actually have, Hal, you're gonna love this one. I have the first paragraph. I think it's the first part. Is it the first? It's part of the Bible somewhere. I have one part of the Bible in Anglo-Saxon from the Wycliffite Bible from 1400, the King James Bible, and the New Jerusalem Bible. So if anyone wants me to read some of these sentences, I can do that. You will not be able to understand the Anglo-Saxon part, but it is very fun.
I kind of figured, yeah.
Yeah, you know what's up, Holly. You know what's up. All right.
Okay.
Would anyone like me to reveal the loan words of the second to
Speaking
last?
Of course.
Wow.
I'm saying 25 because I'm going to just keep the trend going.
Okay. So the loan words are host, privilege, robbed, fortune, poor, rescued, intervention, conversely, sacrilegious, deprived, ability, they, once more, and profaned.
23.
I was close.
You were very close.
That was my secret number.
Oh, yay!
Nice.
No!
I was not expecting to be right
I'm
at
so
any
proud.
point
I'm so
in
proud of
this
you and
game.
your secret number, Natalie. I'm very proud.
This is fun.
And the last paragraph, I will reveal this one before I say anything about it. This is from Molecular Biology and Evolution, so full-on science territory. So that's what we get to expect here.
Amazing. And Katie was close as well. Good job, Katie.
Yeah. Unique event mutations inferred from binary marker data were used to condition the possible trees, but otherwise did not contribute to the likelihood. Population splitting was modeled under strict fission with no subsequent background migration. Population growth was modeled as an exponential from an initially constant effective population size.
25.
I'm sorry. I just got caught up in the whole, I was trying to find out what the subject matter was actually talking about. I'm going to double down again. 25. One less than 25.
All right, Natalie, do you have your secret number in mind?
Yes.
Hell yeah. All right. Katie's saying 19.
19.
That was like every single one of them. You know, you're not that far off. It's basically every single important word because the loan words in this paragraph are unique, event, mutations, inferred, binary, data, used, condition, possible, contribute, likely, population, splitting, modeled, strict, fission, subsequent, migration, exponential, initial, constant, and effective, and size.
Oh, so close.
What was it, 23?
It was 23.
23.
And this is essentially what we mean when we say the more complex the English language gets, the less likely you are to escape any loanwords. Because most of the words in this paragraph that were not loanwords are prepositions, consonants, conjugations, anything that connects sentences, like to and the, from, an. Like, a lot of these words are never loanwords in a lot of languages, simply because they are so, they need to be functional in a language. And a grammatic, the grammar of a language usually has the least amount of loanwords. So anything that has a strictly grammatical function is likely, not impossibly, but likely to not be a loanword. Everything else is free game.
Okay.
All right.
That was cool. I'm not going to remember any of it, but thank you.
Ooh, that sounds
Nice.
delicious, Katie.
They do sound really good.
Good.
Okay, so I'm going to preface this by saying my Anglo-Saxon is very, very weak at this point, but if anyone wants to, here be the Bible verse.
Oh, God. Let's just forget how many words. Let's try to understand what the heck it's saying.
Okay, you know what? I'm just going to read the first sentence of the Anglo-Saxon one. I'm going to preface this by saying this is from around 1,000, like
Okay.
year
The year
1000.
1000.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Hilfonarice is geworden sem men gelikte self Gott seid on his acre.
What was that? It?
What?
That was the first
Well, I
sentence.
know one word sounded like ferment. I don't think it means that, but it's what it sounded like.
Are we talking about cheeses? Are we talking about cheese?
No, I think it said for men, like men.
Yeah, Owl is loving this. I can repeat it. Hold on.
Yes, yes.
Hilfonarice is geworden sem men gelikte self Gott seid on his acre.
Acre?
God said, like I think.
That's what I heard too. I was like,
Yeah,
God,
God said. Yeah, God said, or God spoke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're kind of close with the acre situation. Yes.
Okay.
Because the entire sentence in the New Jerusalem Bible, which is from 1985, reads, "The kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field."
Oh, okay. We got a few words. Okay.
Good seed is God said.
Oh.
Mhm. This is partially because I don't remember when exactly it was, but one of the biggest language changes that we have in English is the so-called Great Vowel Shift, which is the reason why the vowels in English are so fucked. Because the Great Vowel Shift essentially changed vowels from how they were pronounced, which is one of the reasons that, for example, we don't really have an sound in English anymore, which is O. For us, O is a diphthong, which essentially means that you have two sounds smushed into one that represent one letter, which is O. It's a similar thing to I. We used to just say E. We don't anymore, though.
Now that's bringing me into my classes for ESL.
Yeah, there we go. But also, if we take the Wyclified Bible, which is from around 1400, the exact same sentence would sound, "The kingdom of Hyannis is mad like to a man that sow a good seed in his field."
Oh,
already it sounds more
wild.
familiar, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
that's wild.
It's funny because like I immediately I'm sorry the comparison, but I think of the the intro subscript from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It's like, "One time a moose beat my sister."
Yeah. Yep.
That's
Yep.
fascinating.
And this is partially because between 1000 and 1400, we did in fact have that great vowel shift. We had a lot of shifts, and we also had the Normans sitting on our land, which is, for example, why we say kingdom and not Heofona anymore, because Heofona used to be kingdom.
Huh.
Heofona.
Okay.
Or, for example, if we take the second sentence, in Anglo-Saxon, it's Thoflitse fafa men slepon fakom his feonda sum and overseo hit mid kotsele on midam faem chwete and ferde fanon.
I have no idea what you
He
did.
did something.
Sorry, I got distracted by the Howl's new comment. There it is.
Did you know that some southern states still have old West Country accents from England, which we don't have anymore?
I
It's
have
like
heard about this.
they said how like some of the accents we have now are just slowed down versions of other language accents. So like it's kind of like how Cajun is just like French slowed down.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that.
Yeah, I think one of them is like, I forget which one is English slowed down. I think I want to say it's like Bostonian or like New. I feel like it'd be really funny if it was New England's because like, you know.
There's also this thing where a lot of the great vowel shifts, so the shifting that we had from mostly monophthongs to diphthongs, did not happen in dialects such as Scottish. Which is why in Scottish you still say foot with an oo sound and not with an o sound, because we have foot, which is a more rounded version of saying foot, for example, or hus instead of house, which is also a diphthong for us. Yeah. Also, by the way, that second sentence in the New Jerusalem Bible is translated as, while everybody was asleep, his enemy came, sowed darnel all among the wheat, and made off.
That's it?
Yeah.
I was thinking so much longer than that.
Yep.
Oh, see, he did something.
Yep.
So
So flitse is basically while, and then we had Thasa men slepon, as the men were sleeping.
Yeah.
Sakom his feonda sum. Sakom, there comes his feonda, his enemy. Which, funnily enough, one of the reasons that this part was not as difficult for me is because Anglo-Saxon is the closest to Germanic languages that English has ever been. I understand some of these words because they are essentially like they are in my language. Feonda, find. If you want to say enemy in German, you say find. It is more or less, or well, it's not exactly, but it is so similar that I personally can understand it and go, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That's so cool.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's really fun. Yeah.
Anybody want to see a cat? Change it.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
please. I love cats.
Look at that cat.
Look at the trunk.
It's
I'm gonna turn around and move out of the way so you can see this cat over here.
so
We
many
love
cats.
Look at this thing. Oh, look, big
On the move,
stretch,
maybe.
chunky baby.
Oh, the baby is on the move.
Look at the trunk.
I'm kind of thankful he's asleep right now because otherwise he'd be a menace.
Also, I don't know how well you can see this. This is from my notes that I took, but there is a way to demonstrate where in your mouth you pronounce vowels in English. And this is how that diagram looks like. Over there.
Yeah.
Huh?
I had to look at that too.
Yeah. Did you like it, Natalie?
I suffered. I literally the other day I showed my students the table of the vowels and how they're represented, and they're like, "What the fuck is this?" And I'm like, "This is why you can't pronounce anything. That's what it is.
Yep.
You can't pronounce."
Listen, the thing about linguistics is when you take linguistics, you have to start super small, which is phonetics and phonology.
Yes.
Phonetics and phonology fucking suck.
Yes. Yes. I had
Phonetics
to
and
take
phonology.
both.
it's essentially the study on how to pronounce what
Words.
and you get to learn the IPA, and the IPA can go fuck itself.
Amen.
The IPA is the International Phonetic Alphabet.
Yeah.
And if you ever learn a new language, a lot of the times the IPA will be used to essentially present how you're supposed to say that word. We had to actually use the IPA. Oh my God, Kat.
Look at him.
It's a baby.
Hold him.
Baby.
From his death.
Hello, baby.
I got immediately distracted. I'm not sorry. But basically what we had to do is we were given a word, and then in the exam itself, people were like, okay, so how would you write that in IPA? And I was like, I don't know. The IPA is the reason that I have forgotten how I am supposed to pronounce the word in the first place.
Oh no.
I am self-doubting my own pronunciation.
Literally. I suffered the same thing. I had to do the same thing with words, and I'm like, I no longer know how anything is said anymore.
Right,
okay?
right.
It
And, like,
actually has lost meaning.
The thing that's so funny about linguistics is you both understand and don't understand like entire language systems once you're done with them. Like we learned about word formation as well, which essentially is the study on how words are formed. If you know, wow. Like for example, you learn about the plural s's, you learn about the past ed, you learn about how do words function and how are words actually smushed together to create a word. And at the end of the day, you look at language and you're like, nothing is real. Like, what the fuck? Like, you get to learn fun words like derivation, back formation, reduplicating, and blending, and initialism, and you're like, I don't know what any of those things mean.
You're bringing up my trauma.
By the way, blending is a thing that we use right now a lot. Blending basically means you take two words and you put them together. Brunch is blending because it is breakfast and lunch and it is brunch. Yes, but also you start doubting every single thing you've ever said in your entire life. Like, it's not so much that you doubt language, it's that you doubt yourself because you're like, what have I said? Like, what am I talking about? At some point, someone is like, you know, use this sentence and use morphological reasoning to tell me why this word is here. And you're like, why is this word here? And why is this word? What is happening right now?
Oh no.
It's great. Syntax was something. Like, it was fun, but also, what the fuck, man? You get to learn fun things like verb phrases, and you're like, I've never heard a verb say anything. I'm not gonna lie, man.
No, in a way, I liked making the little trees where I had to identify all that with the verb phrases and the noun phrases and all the different types of things. I'm like, yes.
It was fun, but at some point you were also just looking at it like, what am I doing with my life right now?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Why am I filleting that poor sentence? What did it do to me? I don't remember.
That sounds delicious. I want one.
And then you get to learn semantics, and semantics are fun, but they fuck with you more than anything else does, because semantics is about the meaning of words, and suddenly you understand that words are just symbols that we all agreed upon to see what exactly they mean, and they are not a one-on-one representation of the signifier that you're using to decode what you're actually saying, and you're like, okay, so I'm gonna shoot myself. What is happening?
I'm just sitting here like, amen, Scylla. I know everything you're saying.
Look at these really cool. Look at my semiotic triangle, Natalie. Look at it.
Just more trauma.
Yes.
Also, Howell, my cat is named Andrew, and he's currently attacking my finger.
That's okay. That's okay.
Like Brexit.
I'm just leaving Solomon alone.
So pretty boy.
Yes, he's a handsome boy.
Good job, Katie.
The baseline is that all of this is like, it's a lot of fun. I do like I do like it, but also the second you start learning about language, you actually want to end it because you're like, no, I have been using this all my life without thinking about it, and now you've made me self-aware. It's horrible. Why are we doing this? I compare it to Adam and Eve eating from the tree of knowledge because that is exactly what it feels like. All of a sudden, you realize that you are in fact naked and that you have been conditioned to think about the world in certain concepts that actually make no goddamn sense. Who decided that tree means tree?
I don't know.
I mean,
we
like,
don't know.
this feels like Dunning-Kruger. This is like the Dunning-Kruger effect in its like finest. You get to that point where you get past Mount Stupid, and all of a sudden you realize, oh my god, I know absolutely fuck all.
Yes. This is what happens in every single college class, but somehow in linguistics it hits so much deeper because language is how all of us express ourselves. And then all of a sudden you realize that the only reason we do this is because at some point we unconsciously came to the decision that this was supposed to mean that. And you're like, why? How? Who?
I imagine there's a line in the sand where like it is so much easier for them to just decide something here and put it as a placeholder, and then millennia passes and no one decided that maybe we should go back to that, and they're like, nah, because convenience.
Also,
There's
like,
a certain point. Literally, it's funny you mentioned that. That's literally like part of what I'm writing in my story right now. The characters have to decide to name this guy because it is so much easier than just keep saying you, hey, that guy, you know what? There, it's convenience. It has to be.
And it's so wild. Like I want to write at some point. I want to write a sci-fi book that plays with specifically the idea of pragmatics, which is again like the difference between semantic and pragmatic is semantics are about word meaning in general, like word meaning symbiology, and pragmatics are about expressing yourself to another person, communication, essentially, right? And in pragmatics, you have a differing scale of how much another person can understand you, because all communication relies on a sender and on a receiver, right? The sender is the person saying something, the receiver is the person listening. And depending on in what cultural background you've grown up, with what kind of people you have conversed, in what language you're currently conversing, all of these things impact just how much of the actual meaning is coming through. And I was like, I can make a magic system out of this.
I mean, that's just, it sounds like kind of like, what is it? The idea of like, casting a spell is like, it's like, the incantation. What is the words that kind of comprise it to make certain magic?
Yes. Yeah. Because I'm always a little bit bummed out when someone is just like, yeah, I mean, you know, if I say ignite, it ignites, and I'm like, okay, and cool. So the idea behind my world is basically there used to be some sort of entity. No one understands who they were, what happened, but this entity used to be responsible for making magic work, because all magic is based on communication. And if you communicate with an all-knowing being, the all-knowing being is going to be able to infer every single bit of meaning that you could possibly put into your words, because they communicate on the exact same level as you. In fact, you could even argue that there is no communication that's been taking place. However, that entity no longer exists. So now, all magic only works through communication with another person. Every single person is able to misunderstand another person. And so the baseline is essentially you have a sender and a receiver, and depending on what pragmatic sense comes through in the sentence, that's the magic that's going to happen.
Oh, that's so
I like
cool.
that.
It reminds
like a super easy example on how to like demonstrate this is, say there's two people and it's nighttime and one of them wants to ignite a little campfire, right? And they say fire because, you know, fire. So I make campfire. However, the other person is deathly afraid of wildfires. So when they hear the word fire, they infer danger. So what happens? Everything blows up.
Does that mean that magic can only be done when two people are in proximity of each other?
Yes.
Ooh,
and
I love
here's
that.
the fun fact, it also doesn't have to mean that all of the spells need to be verbal. Because, for example, we have a lot of gestures and symbols that we have contextualized meaning into. Like, for example, if I do this, right?
Ooh.
That's a symbol a lot of people understand as
beckoning.
come here, come hither, right? Yes. So if someone were to point at you and do this in that magic world and you understand it as come hither, you would be pulled towards them. However, if there is a third person in the room for whom this gesture is, I don't know, an insult or something, that would not happen. So the communication and the magic itself is entirely dependent on who is understanding what is being inferred. If that's one other person, you're probably in luck. If that's like 3 other people, no one knows what's going to happen.
It kind of feels it's like have you seen the Owl House?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like the language of the Titan. It's like
yeah.
It's like obviously more complex. It's more complex than that. This feels like I've heard of a hard magic system. This feels like a calcified magic system.
Yeah.
No, I get that.
Now that you've said it publicly, you need to write it.
Yeah,
I know. This is one of the reasons I say stuff like this, because that means someone is going to be on my
Yes.
Accountability buddies, as has been stated in the chat.
Yes.
Also, going back in the chat, there's still March is not over. I still have time to be a good buddy.
I see how it is.
Did you see the abuse? I was nipped.
You asked for that.
You
bothered the baby.
I must fix the baby.
No, but I have laundry that I forgot about in the dryer that I need to go get.
We should probably get that because it's been a while.
Yeah.
Whoopsies. It's okay, though, right?
We'll do a sprint in a second so I can go get my laundry.
I love to beta read because it means I get to see things before anyone else does.
That makes you cooler than them.
Yes.
Exactly. You get it.
Yes. Thank you, K-Beth. Good to see you. Bunch of editing to do tonight. I'm only going to also end up playing Sims. Yes.
Real.
I love Sims.
We support avoiding responsibilities.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
It's such a great series. I loved
Owl
House.
House. So good.
Yeah, right. I'm honestly impressed at how well they managed to do season 3 with everything that was going on. Like,
yeah, no, it's like I just like the Dana Terrace basically said, "Oh, you wanna hate it because it's gay? I'm gonna make it even gayer now, just for you."
Like season 3 did not come to fuck around. They were like, "Nah, bi pride flag everywhere, bitch."
It's like, "Hi, I'm bi." I'm like, "I love it. I love you so much." It's just I like how it's like what's his name? Oh my god, guy who made Gravity Falls, Alex Hirsch. Alex Hirsch walked with the Disney standards in practice just so Dana Terrace can say "Go fuck yourself."
Real, honestly. Also, I have incredibly fond memories of Owl House because I binge watched the first season with an entire class at university. Great times.
Amazing.
Because
so good.
We had a university class about queerness and monstrosity, right? And so one of the examples we were talking about was Ida specifically as like this monster, which is a representation in this case, or can be seen as a representation of chronic illness, right? And my professor asked our class, like, "Do you know the Owl House?" And like the majority of us said no. And she was like, "Okay, so who would like to binge watch the entire first season with me?" And then we got to use one of the big projectors at my university, and my professor basically invited all of us. We brought snacks, we brought blankets, we brought pillows, and we binge watched the entirety of season 1 together. It was great.
That sounds awesome.
10 out of 10, honestly.
Okay, we should probably do another sprint.
Just so you can get the laundry out?
Like an hour. What drinks and snacks are people having?
I'm drinking the best invention known to man, which is called Spezi, and no one else apart from Germany really does it. But basically what you have to do is you have to take Coca-Cola and you have to take Fanta or orange juice or something along those lines, and you mix the two of them, and then it's great.
Amazing.
It kind of feels like Coca-Cola recently did like a vanilla orange cream thing. I know it's not the same, but like that's the closest thing I got here.
I support the. Also, I love the can it comes in because it's fun.
Ooh.
No, it's cute. I like the colors.
Bessie.
Great. That's great.
Yes.
I
Okay.
love it.
Okay. I'm once again using my birthday superpowers to choose the theme of the next.
Whatever it is, I'm picking lane 2 again.
Well, actually, you know what? Good choice because I'm choosing farm animals.
Is it a goat?
It is a goat.
Of course it is.
Cow 3. No doubt about it.
I'm gonna take the chicken.
The
That
goat is the
was
goat
my
for a
close
reason.
second.
Yeah, we talked
See,
about
Natalie,
flowers,
we
right?
understand each other.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'm going for cow. The cow's holding a little flower. Isn't
Yes.
that
Aw, it's
cute?
adorable.
Flower.
Chicken looks like a poop.
True.
Yeah, it's perfect.
The
Don't
slander.
you think so, Hal? It's absolutely perfect.
What are you, Werner Herzog? Yeah, just shoot that in there.
Listen, Katie, the pig ran into a wall. It happens. Now it's squished.
Yeah, it's just good. Going for goat.
The goats.
Woohoo!
Woo. Okay, are we ready?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm gonna finally crack this thing open properly.
Please
Yeah.
and thank you. We gotta talk about that later.
Oh yeah, let's go.
All right.
Go.
No, that's baloney.
Sweet, sweet victory.
Oh,
I was watching the last 45 seconds of that race. The goat had it. I'm like, no.
I think you gotta close your door.
Sorry.
Because I hear you twice.
I'll be right back. No. This is baloney.
The disappointment is too
Mama.
loud. It's okay though.
I'm so dead.
Wait, what? What happened? I was so focused. Yeah, I win again. Today's my day.
I think this is because this is your birthday for this
That's
channel.
right.
I
Birthday
think
stream.
The algorithm knew.
Come on. See, can I get a baby up here? Oh, mama, come over here.
A baby?
baby,
Maybe.
baby.
No. Weez, come over here.
Aw.
Mama. Come over here. Come on. Oh, she keeps like looping around my leg.
He's like, no, you come down here.
No, come on here.
Come sit on the floor with me.
Mama.
Correct, by the way.
Come on, over here. No.
You have a pillow on your lap?
No, I have like a little gap area. You know, like the little. I have to like man spread to
lap
put like
pillow.
the leg resting up. Mama, come up
Stunning.
here.
No.
Oh my
Please
god, I
come
didn't
here.
notice a little racing as I went to get food. The goat. I voted for goat because running into things, falling over, screaming for no reason is kind of my spirit.
Valid.
I mean, yes.
I support this. I support
We
this.
support this. We do support this. Yeah. Larry is the spirit animal.
Maybe I am. At what point? What is it? Me being indignant about the goat winning, or because I'm trying to get this cat on my lap?
Both, probably.
Iris is here too.
Huh?
Iris is in here too.
Yeah, she's not with me anymore.
No, yeah, I know. Actually, she's right next to me.
They all went to you.
Mama, come up here.
How was
Uh,
Rat? Rat is great.
Rat.
Hello, rat.
Oh shit! It's a
Love
rat.
you, buddy.
Amazing.
He's a chatting with my partner. Spent extra time. My oral hygiene. It's a babe.
Mama.
I'm so sorry. That was so important.
It's so important.
It's a baby. Oh my goodness.
It's a
It's a
baby.
baby. It's a baby.
I am noticing that this book is probably going to take me pretty long because right now I am looking up almost every single quotation. Like, this is fake, right?
I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
No, I love it because, like, listen, the second you ever do any kind of like massive thesis, you
Mhm.
get like this feeling of like this quotation is not correct. And I was looking up specifically some of the magazines in there. Like, I'm still figuring out what quotation system exactly we're using. I think it's APA, but I'm not entirely sure because it's not MLA, that's for sure.
Certainly not. No. This
Because MLA traumatized me, but also it's my favorite. So, you know, I could pick that bitch up.
one person I like listened to on a podcast talking about House of Leaves said that it's like a middle finger to academia.
It truly is. But like the very first time I was like, listen, something is not right here was on page 3, on the first page of like the actual text where we're not in the introduction anymore, because it says New York, Little Brown. Little Brown was not based in New York in 1995. No, it was not. I know this.
It's like you could just like think of Johnny Truant's like, I'm lying.
Yes. And I was like, listen, that's not correct, is it? And then I Googled and I was like, fuck yeah, it's not correct. I was right. You are right.
I will go down like a wild a goose chase for one of the sources, and then I'll just like type it in and it says House of Leaves fake source. I'm like, god damn it, I'm bamboozled again.
Yeah. Or what I also looked up was stuff like the magazines, because so far there have been like 2 magazine quotes. So we have Gentleman's Quarterly and Red Book. They both exist, but the volume count is completely off. Like, Gentleman's Quarterly says it's volume 65 from October 1995. That is completely false because Gentleman's Quarterly used to publish every single week until 2014 or no 2007. So in order for it to be volume 65, it could not have been 1995. I did the math and I'm correct. And the second one was Red Book, which said it's volume 186 from January 1996, which is also incorrect because that one published every month, so 12 times a year, and they started publishing in 1914. If we do 12 times whatever it takes, we do not get to volume 186 in that many years. In fact, it only takes us approximately 16 years to get to volume 186. So it's not January and it is not 1996. And I'm having a lot of fun, by the way. Like, this is not me nitpicking the book because, like, the introduction already tells you, like, this man made everything up. But
I mean,
it's fun.
This is the part that's gonna be fun. This is gonna be the fun part because you're either gonna have a great time with what comes next or a terrible time.
I'm excited. Listen. Academic stuff. I love anything and everything academia. But like, what I find so funny about this one is like I read the introduction and he was like, yes, he made some of the books up, and I was like, okay, cool. So ChatGPT, welcome. And then I read the very first quotation and I was like, that's not, like, the city name is not correct. First of all, that. Second of all, this is how I know this is not MLA, because almost every single MLA edition does not need you to add the city name before a publication date of, I think, the 1960s or something along those lines. Mm-hmm. You don't have to add the city name. This is for anyone who's ever interested in academia. If you quote a book and you quote it specifically from a specific publisher, you don't have to add the city in which that publisher has their headquarters unless you cite from a book that's been written way back.
Yeah.
And that was the immediate moment where I was like, nah, I call bullshit. That's
the first line on the first page.
I want to keep going with this because this is great, but just give me 2 seconds here. I gotta grab the food.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
go.
Sela's gonna have a blast, which makes me so excited. You're making me want to reread it. Also, can we talk about how this author is such a one-hit wonder? Because they have a new book coming out this year. All right, I'll wait for you to come. We'll catch up with the comments. K-Beth says, have food and made coffee. Now sitting and setting up my to-do list for next week and updating my bullet journal. Yay! Started strong with no editing.
As you should.
How did you both? Well, we know what Sela did. Sela was reading House of Leaves. Natalie, what did you do?
I made some eggs so I could have some rice, eggs.
Delicious.
And then was watching a YouTube video, and literally a minute and a half before the timer was up, my video automatically posted. So I was just, it started again, and I was just on my phone. I'm like, let me post it. I'm going to forget to promote this video, and it's not going to happen. I still have to message some of my friends that I'm like, you don't even have to listen to me. Just give me the view time.
Yeah.
I'm like, mute it. Give me a like. Give me watch time. Let's go.
That's so real. That's so real.
Everybody go watch Natalie's video ranting about her new serial killer anime husband.
Yes, I adore my heart and soul. I wish I could say he's my first. He's not. And he won't be my last. I'm sure.
Oh, that's great.
No, Steph already wants me to make a video with red flag anime husbands.
Yes,
I'm like,
oh yeah.
And
I'm gonna take a scoreboard for that video. I'm trying to be like, how many points can I award myself? Oh no. How many times have I looked at that anime character and gone, yes? Oops.
Oops. Oh, that's great. Oh, thank you.
Just in case.
Thank you.
I love just tools.
That's all we love the disembodied cutlery just descending upon.
Yes.
We ordered food.
There you go, ma'am. Your meal.
I think my second favorite thing about that scene right now was Steph just holding them up like, yeah.
Yes, like, hooray.
Cutlery. What do I do with it?
Okay, bye. Thank you. I got a Pokeball.
Amazing.
That's that.
I see Solomon waiting.
He's waiting very patiently.
Yep, for a long return.
What did I do for the last word? I did. Oh, I finished another paperwork. Yay! I'm a good noodle.
No, I decided firmly I'm not doing any fucking paperwork of any kind.
As
I'm
you
like, fuck
should.
that shit.
As you should. I support you. I support you.
I'm over it.
He's back.
Okay.
One sec.
So now we can talk about how Mark
C. Danilewski.
Mark Z. Danielewski is a one-hit wonder because he wrote House of Leaves, which is amazing, and then proceeded to write God knows what, and now is coming out with a Western.
A Western mystery, it sounds like.
Listen, good for him. Good for him.
I think he made some kind of Daniel Webster deal with the devil, or in this case, the house, to like write the most significant zeitgeist molding novel of the last 25 to 30 years. But then they said the catch is you will never write anything relevant ever again. And people will never shut the fuck up about House of Leaves, myself included.
And it's kind of this thing of like, even if you write something else, everyone is always going to talk about House of Leaves. Anything else you write is going to sink into obscurity, never to be seen again.
Compared to House of Leaves, yes. It's horrific.
Katie has a question. Do you ever hear me being chaotic in these lives from other rooms? Because cunty elephants.
Yes. So I'll be like sitting in the living room, like playing Balatro or something, and then I just suddenly hear the most ungodly noise just echoing through the halls. This apartment isn't small, but like it's just like the way the sound travels down this like narrow hallway we have into the living room, because there's no like door that isolates the living room or the kitchen or the kitchenette or the like dining room from like the hallway. So, and the door's closed, mind you.
The chaos does not care about closed doors.
It does not. There is no closed door policy in this house as far as no.
Oh my god, I'm saying it's so aggressively happy when I know something is wrong and I get proof of it.
Yes.
Forget the goat. Seal is the spirit animal.
Hell yeah. I'm being upgraded.
Yeah.
Love being right. I love being wrong because I'm always
No, I get that.
It's like to spice things up, keep things interesting.
No, it's like usually you're right. I feel like the philosophy I've learned, my father said the most arrogant, audacious thing to me when I was a child, which was like his phrase was, "I'm always right and I suffer for it every day." I'm like, yeah, because you're right about things being bad. like he legitimately, it's because he's a pessimist. So he's like, I'm always right because I always assume the worst and I'm always right about it. I'm like, okay.
Father, at some point we become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
It's I get it. You're kind of putting that into the world, so I get it.
Yeah. Yay! Go support.
That's real.
That's right. Get your second load out of the dryer. Amazing. Food. Just food.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yay! One day. Friends, so we can all be good noodles together. Hear the screeching. Yes, the screeching. Oh, wait, rat word.
No, see, but I always assumed that I was going to at least enjoy the experience of House of Leaves, which is nothing to say about the content, right? I cannot talk about the content. I am on page like 13 or something.
I mean,
but I always knew I was going to enjoy it. Because the one thing I really love to dig my teeth into when it comes to any kind of literature is when they do something interesting, which is also why I love it when books actually play with narration to the point where I'm like, yes, thank you so much. This is why, for instance, Steph, I'm still getting you onto this. Don't you worry. But there is this 5-book series, Chorus of Dragons by Jen Lyons. And the reason I love it so much is not just because the setting is cool and the characters are cool. Both of these things are true. But it has this kind of narration that is interesting to me because it's several layers worth of narration packed into one book. And this is something that's so interesting to me because I personally think a lot of literature, especially in sci-fi fantasy, just does not do this. And it's so sad to me because I'm over here like, we could do so much and you give me nothing.
I think that's funny about, like, do you know what's the reason why every suggestion I've had about things, after reading House of Leaves, every suggestion I've gotten afterwards doesn't work fully? Like, I enjoyed Piranesi. I enjoyed Horror Store. But the reason why is because House of Leaves isn't just a horror. It's not just postmodern. It's not just ergodic, but it's also metafiction. It is everything. It is so deeply ambitious.
And this is something that so few fiction actually does because metafiction is very hard to achieve. And like, I understand that not everyone wants to read it. I fully understand this. I also understand that not everyone is going to get it just because metafiction is hard to work with, both as an author and as a reader. But like, when it works, that's so sexy.
I love that you said it because, like, my whole thing is that, and like, even the book, I keep going back to like my book. No, but like is that it is a meta narrative to an extent. Here's the problem: meta narrative only works. I mentioned this in the I'm gonna do a shameless plug for the annotation station.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but in that, I kind of was talking to Max about how you need to have like a groundwork, a foundationalism in order for metafiction to work. The only reason why House of Leaves exists is because you have several eons worth of mythology and narrative. The reason why like Cabin in the Woods works is because we have 30 years of B film horror. The reason why even like something like what's his name? Oh my god. The guy who made Nightmare on Elm Street. It's on top of the tip of my tongue. Oh fuck. Give me a second here. I can do this.
I'm bad at names.
I know. It's okay. We love you anyways.
That was just like, no.
I know the name and it's also escaping me.
Wes Craven.
Wes Craven.
Yeah, Wes Craven. The reason why Wes Craven's New Nightmare works is because there was like 5 Nightmare on Elm Street films beforehand.
Yeah. Like, and like this is the thing, especially with metafiction, because metafiction is always commentary upon something, but you need to have a foundation for the commentary to work. Otherwise, it's just words, which, you know, is also fun and games and everything, but you cannot comment if there's nothing to comment upon.
That's the theme for today.
Yes.
That's
and
the
like
theme for today. Words are just words.
Words are just words. And like, the thing is, you know, I'm also a writer, and I understand that to a certain extent, sometimes our thoughts are too ambitious for a project to work. Because, you know, sometimes it's also a bit boring to consider a project just a commentary or just metafiction. If the entire foundational point of something is to be metafiction, there is a chance that it is not going to be as gripping as you'd hope it to be. Or sometimes you just run backwards into the alley and you never come back out of it again. But when it works,
it has to kind of toe a line. It toes a line because, like, what is it? Like, if you watched like Cabin in the Woods, Cabin in the Woods works as a narrative and as a meta narrative.
Yes, exactly.
It's both. You fall so much into this like veil of pretentiousness if it's just a meta narrative. It can't ever just be a meta narrative.
And like, for example, with something like Chorus of Dragons, what happens in Chorus of Dragons essentially is there is a story being told by 2 people. So we have those 2 sections of narratives. We have the thing that's actually happening. We have the people telling the story to each other while also correcting each other on what is happening in those stories. And the entire thing is set up as this book of tales collected for a third person present in the narrative to read. So there's a lot of footnotes from the person compiling the narration of these 2 characters, narrating the events of the past or the present, depending on what it is, and correcting them or just providing commentary upon them. And it works because on one hand, you have the interesting story, but if you want to dig a bit deeper, you have all of that commentary that provides some sort of backdrop, that provides some sort of voice that you were otherwise missing from the narrative itself. And so you can be super pretentious about these books if you want to, but you can also be like gay people doing dumb shit. And that's also
You choose
a
the
good
depth.
tagline.
Here's a shovel as
Exactly.
big as deep as you want. Okay,
Exactly.
I have to take a thing back I said earlier. So there's no way you're not gonna love House of Leaves. Like just this conversation, like, oh, like literally like the way that the simplest way to describe House of Leaves to like a normie is it's a book about a film, about a man, about a house.
Yes.
And it's like
That's
how
as
deep,
far as I'm getting already.
but also it's not a ground. It's not like you're digging inwards. It's a cycle. It's a circle.
Yes, yes.
Wait,
And,
so
like-
is that book you were just describing the one that you were suggesting to me?
Yes.
Okay.
It's called, the first one is Ruin of Kings, and it's fantastic.
Yes. Okay.
Actually, hold on. Let me go get it because I need to read to you one of my favorite quotes from like the beginning because it's incredibly hilarious. Because what you need to understand about these books is they are incredibly entertaining. The second you want to dig deeper, you can have some fun conversations about how narrative works in general, which is really fun. But like the tagline of this really is gay people trying to prevent the apocalypse and actually making it worse.
No.
And it's hilarious.
Just like
So,
disaster
hold on
bisexual
a
energy.
The main character is the most bisexual to ever bisexual. I love him to pieces. He is so fucking stupid. And my favorite thing is he knows. He knows that he is stupid. He knows that he is stupid. Like there's one sentence where he's basically like, because I don't do stupid things by half, I did so and so, which other people have expressly told him not to do. Or there's a moment where he asked a question. And someone basically just walks away from him. And he's like, well, hold on a second. You said you'd answer my question. It's not my fault that the questions are fucking stupid. Come back here. Like, he is so dumb. And he's my son. I love him so much. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Kirin is my son. He is one of the stupidest protagonists I've ever met, who is also deeply aware that he is, in fact, stupid.
I love that.
It's great.
It's an
let
interesting
me go get it. Hold on.
Yes, go for it. Also, I want a huge fluffy blanket now.
Is this you like invoking it from me or?
Oh no! What? I'm just saying I want a blanket.
This feels like a contrast from like I know you guys did an episode earlier, but talking about Bury Your Gaze. I just finished that like I think like a few days after you had your stream about it. Just like the opposite of like a competent gay man versus the disaster bisexual.
Yes. Yes. So, like, first of all, as I said, we have these several layers of narration. So the entire book begins with a character we don't yet know, essentially saying, enclosed within is the story that I interacted from a magical stone. It's a whole thing. Then the first part begins by essentially establishing... Am I back?
Maybe.
Hello.
Kyle, you're halfway there.
Okay.
Solid maybe. All right. I think we're good now. Yes.
I think you're good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the whole conversation. It's just 3 pages between these two characters who function as the narrators. So on one hand, we have Kirin. He's our dumbass. And on the other hand, we have Talon. I love Talon. She's a horrible, horrible person.
Amazing. Okay. I'm lucky.
Like listen, she appears on the very first page. That was like, oh no.
I'm interested. Continue.
Yes. Like, this is the first description we get of Talon is, she didn't look like a monster. Talon looked like a girl in her 20s, with wheat gold skin and soft brown hair. Most men would give their eye teeth to spend an evening with someone so beautiful. Most men didn't know of her talent for shaping her body into forms crafted from pure terror. She mocked her victims with the forms of murdered loved ones before they too became her next meal. That she was Kirin's jailer was like leaving a shark to guard a fish tank.
Amazing. Amazing women.
I love her. I love her so much. I love her so much. And then we have moments like these. Aren't you bored too? Talon asked. Kieran paused in his search for a hidden escape tunnel. When they return, they're going to sacrifice me to a demon. So, no, I'm not bored. And then we also have this moment where we establish why there is a rock in this place. Because Talon wants Kieran to tell her story, right? That's the whole premise of this entire scene, is that she wants him to tell her a story. She tossed him the small rock she'd put between them earlier. Kieran caught it. What's this? A rock! Talon, it's a magic rock, she said. Don't tell me a man in your position doesn't believe in magic rocks. He studied the stone again, frowning. Someone's changed this stone's 10 years. Magic? Rock! And what does it do again? It listens. Since you're telling the story, you hold the stone. Those are the rules. She grinned. Start at the beginning. So this is where we establish that now we're going to go into different timelines because someone needs to tell a story, and it has been established that this is supposed to be from the beginning, right? So Kieran gets to start telling his story by saying, when they brought me up to the auction block, I looked out over the crowd and thought, I would kill you all if I had a knife. And if I wasn't naked, I amended, and shackled. I had never felt so helpless and... What, you don't think this is the beginning, Talon? What do you mean by beginning anyway? Whose beginning? Mine? I don't remember it that well. Yours? Talon, you're thousands of years old and have stored the memories of as many people. You're the one who wanted to hear this, and you will, but under my terms, not yours. Let's start over. So he starts telling his story in the first chapter, in whichever shape or form he wants to. And then we start the second chapter, which is told as Talon as the narrator. We started like this. That back. Of course I took the stone back. It's my turn to tell your story now. Why, yes, I do so get a turn. Why should I not? It amuses me, and you're in no position to argue. Since you don't wish to start at the beginning, I shall do so for you. There's no point in you trying to keep parts of your tale from me. You aren't protecting anyone's memories, not even your own. So I will tell you your story because I want you to remember how it went, seen through someone else's eyes. Indeed, through many eyes, from many points of view, for that is what I am now. No one can change that, not even you, my love. Stop struggling. The bars are stronger than your skull.
Amazing.
So we have... It's so much fun, and also, like I said, Kieran he's my favorite. He's incredibly stupid. Also, the funniest thing is, for the longest time, he continues to deny that he is in fact bisexual because he comes from a culture where men are just not supposed to be into other men. Mm-hmm. Would you like me to read to you the paragraph as to how he describes the first man he meets, whom he actually falls in love with?
When he realizes he's bisexual?
He does not realize that he is bisexual. That takes a few more books. Okay. Don't worry about that. But like, I'm just gonna read you the description, and you're gonna understand. You're gonna understand. Trust me, because I should have known from the height he was Vanet. Before this, I had seen damn few Vanet, all of them flower-colored Kirpis. He was different, resembling a Vanet who had played in too many fires. His skin was a field of dark ashes, his long hair matte black, his eyes shadowy emeralds. He possessed all the prettiness of the Vanet race, but was a creature of angles and sharpness. His beauty was that of the razor, and not the flower.
Ooh.
Amazing.
Okay, I'm going to my wish list. What's the name of it again? Who's it by?
Ruin of Kings by Jen Lyons. Yes.
Ruin of Kings.
I'm so good at this game. But anyway.
Iris. Yeah, you knock things over. She's like, Katie says you describe the characters from her poly fanfic. Well, good job. I was making oatmeal.
We love that.
Katie used professional account to sub. Oh, you're so sweet. Amazing. And likes your video now. We'll get you your watch time. Yeah. That's right. Yes. Man is down bad, and what's this other guy to break him? We
It's
love
the
to see
breaking
it.
for me.
Yes.
Now, listen, the funniest thing is that he will continue to be in denial for very long time.
Wow.
As is his right.
Even if within the very first book, within just a few pages, he essentially says something along the lines of like, I wanted to punch him into his face so he wouldn't be as pretty anymore.
Oh.
So like
Dead.
I can find the
Wait,
quotation.
is
I
this
believe in
a
myself.
series and how many books is it?
It is a series.
5 books and the series is complete.
Okay. So many series.
You're welcome. And you
Thanks.
love me.
Thank you. Please, I don't know with this guy. Okay, should we do it?
So okay, so these are two quotations from approximately, like, one is on page 180, the other one is on page 191. Okay. Yes, you are correct, Katie. You are correct. You are in fact correct. Anyway, so like I said, page 180 and page 191. Keep these numbers in mind, okay? Because the quote that you're about to hear, let's just say the denial is a river, and it's a very deep one. So, first of all, we have the one on 180. I let that last bit slide without commentary, save a roll of my eyes, and then ran after her to keep up. I didn't think he was pretty. Insufferable, yes. Pretty, no.
So
definitely not. Okay, so now we go 11 pages after this. 11 pages, right? He's talking about the exact same guy. He was so pretty, I wanted to hit him just so there would be something about him that wasn't perfect.
So we're liars.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're liars.
Yes. Yes. You get it now.
We love to see it.
I'm sorry, you said denial is a river, and I started trying to like graft these lyrics to like Dochi.
True.
So immediately I was like, well, fuck, I like men, I like boys, I like keys bottoms, I like tassels, I like swords.
No, it's so funny. It's so incredibly funny because he is such a fucking idiot about everything, but especially also his own attraction to men. And I love him because I too am like him. Every single bisexual person I know has had a moment like this where we're like, no, I don't think of women that way. Yes, you do. It's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there, honey. Don't you worry.
Hi, thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Also, if anyone is up for it, I would like you all to witness a moment where the said man that we are admiring so much, but also not admiring at all, because of course we wouldn't, right? He's not pretty. Remember? There's a moment where he immediately claps back to Gideon being a piece of shit. And it is the best clapback I have ever seen from a character. Because he is so immediately fucking humbled. It is so hilarious. We are still back on the whole topic of whether or not Kieran would want to climb into bed with a man. Right? Obviously he doesn't. Very obviously he would never do that.
He would never.
Cool. So what they're fighting about is that a character that Gideon was involved with in a somewhat romantic / sexual manner before in the book is now being sent away on some sort of quest. Right? This is the baseline here. And Gideon assumes that this is because Tereth, who is this guy that he is obviously not crushing on, right? He would never. Gideon thinks that it's that guy's fault that she is going away. Because he's put it into his head that Tereth doesn't like Gideon and that woman to be together. Cool. We've established that. Is this your doing that stopped him? My doing? I'm just curious if you're sending her away because you're jealous of me or because you're jealous of her. His nostrils flared out as he stared at me, disbelief and fury naked in his eyes. You arrogant little bastard. Tell me I'm wrong. Terra scowled as he stepped toward me. You already know you're wrong. Talindra is my friend and I care about her, but I'm not in love with her, nor she with me. Neither of us expected monogamy from the other. And as for you, his eyes narrowed, don't insult me by suggesting that the only way I would be welcome in your bed is by removing all rivals. You may be too shamed by your precious curious masculinity to admit you want me, but that's your problem, not mine.
Ooh.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I love him so much. They're both just like this for real.
I have one brain cell working. Stop making how I want to read.
Well, Hal, I'm very sorry to say this, but I shall not be stopping.
Yes, and it's called The Ruin of Kings. I think we've all been sold. I'd put it on my wish list. Oh, she's a dumbass in other ways. So. The claps. Jeez, y'all. Okay. All right. I think we should do another sprint because it's been a minute.
I don't think a minute captures it adequately.
That's true. How do we feel about fast snails?
Yes.
Sure. Why not?
You know how I feel about snails.
I do. Positive, my I usually avoid anything involving dragons, but I've been sold. Yeah.
And I want more information on that. Why are we avoiding dragons?
Great question.
I'd like to understand. I'd like to know.
Why?
I have a few books with dragons in them that I highly recommend. This is one of them, by the way. Like, there is actual dragons in this series, and you'll meet them at some point. So
here we go. Snail.
Snails.
Choose a snail.
2.
Purple.
You know it.
Huh?
I gotta go for 2. I gotta let myself win eventually.
Going for 2.
Purple. That's all I
Purple, let's go.
I'm gonna go green.
Natalie and I are united in the love for purple.
Yeah.
They get it.
Hal loves dragons and Godzilla.
Fair.
Also,
I am
correct.
purple. Yes.
Purple snail friend. Understandable. Okay. Oh, we got an answer. Just find dragons boring. My ex is absolutely obsessed with dragons. I got so tired of other mythical creatures, and that's fair.
Okay. Yeah.
I definitely understand the whole X being wrapped up in it as well.
That'll usually kill anybody's vibe. Shriveled yellow.
He's a winner.
He's doing his best, man. He's doing his best. Listen.
They are all doing their best. All right. Are we ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Wait, I thought I put fast.
You did not.
That's fast for them, okay?
No, but they are fast ones.
Are you judging the snails?
Yes. And I'll do it again.
How fast did you think they were gonna go, Steph?
No,
they're going fast. Well, they're going slow, so I will judge.
Yeah, I think I messed up, but that's okay.
Let them do it at their own pace, all right?
All right.
Sass. Dun 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 dun. I win again! Yeah! Amazing. I promise you this wasn't planned.
This is I call it cheating. This is
Of course,
Judge.
Of course. Okay. That's what they always say.
Judge.
I got the lead.
This is my last sprint because I am sleepy.
That's fair.
Eepy.
I think that's fair all around, actually, because we should probably start decompressing before it's Monday.
What's
Also-
decompressing?
Facts.
You were gonna say something and then you stopped. You're like, also silence.
It's gone.
It just left.
Goodbye. Yay. Oh no, not the watery oatmeal.
Sad.
Sad.
That's very
sad.
sad. I'm sorry.
Roro enjoyed your video.
Well, there you go. I
Yay.
hadn't heard of it either before, and now it's my life.
Yay. Yay, thank you. Woohoo. I cannot believe it. Little airhead.
I was jump scared by the German part in chapter 4 of House. Like, I was like, hold on, this is my language. What's happening? And then, our narrator provides us with a translation. I was like, I don't need that. Actually, I do. What the fuck did that German In all fairness, I've read Heidegger before. I've read him before, and I have specifically read the part about the uncanny valley because we talked about the uncanny valley in media analysis and literary analysis before. And I was like, I know that one. Brother, what the fuck are you saying though?
That's a whole different question.
Heidegger is this thing where you're just like, I think I understand what you're saying, but also what?
It's so crazy
What?
that they're talking about House of Leaves, about the what was it, the Uncanny Valley in the year 2000s. When I'm kind of familiar with it as like a more modern concept.
That's a very different uncanny valley.
That's a very different, like the uncanny valley interpretation, or like this interpretation of, technically Heidegger, if I remember correctly, did not necessarily coin the term uncanny valley. The term is from somewhere else, but Heidegger very specifically talks about the it's very hard to translate it actually, because uncanny is the closest word you can get to it, but in German there's this word unheimlich, right? Which is exactly what he's talking about here, because heimlich in German would mean homely. And if you put the prefix un for any German word, you negate it. Right? Yes. So that's essentially the entire point that Heidegger is making here, is something that is creepy, is uncanny, is no longer homely. It is something that you cannot put into terms that you currently understand. That's kind of like the whole point. Also, what I find incredibly cool, because I picked up on that the second it started happening,
the house?
The fact that house is always a hyperlink. The fact that it's always a hyperlink is so cool.
I wouldn't say it's a hyperlink, but it's blue. It's always blue.
Yeah, but it always made me think of a hyperlink, which I think is so interesting because, you could make a whole interpretational analysis of this, of how everything is linked together, right? But also, what I think is so cool about this, this is just me going off essentially, but the fact that it's a hyperlink, or it appears like a hyperlink would in a document where I could be clicking it. I can't click it here though. And so it's a link that leads to nothing.
Okay. Yeah. I see.
No, she's cooking. She's cooking. Let her
cook. No, but I'm thinking of example, what does a link do? It invokes something.
Exactly.
It's invoking. It's less so that it's not going somewhere, but you're already there. By the house, it's like the house being invoked. The house is its own character.
Exactly, but like what's so interesting about this is like you'd assume that if this were in a document I'd be reading on my laptop, for example, if something is blue, I can click it.
Mhm.
But I can't click it here because of course I can't. It's printed paper, right? And so that again is this thing of like it leads nowhere except it leads somewhere because we're already where it was supposed to be leading in the first place. And what I think is so cool about having like the German section next to the translation is that a lot of the German parts have the word house in them, right? Because to be home in German is zu Hause sein. So it has the word house in it. So there we have the blue ink. But in the English translation, we cannot have the blue link. And so for an English reader, that means that the association of the link is essentially gibberish because you can't read it. You can't translate it for yourself. The link is to a section that you fundamentally cannot understand because it's not your language.
Well, I have to go get my copy of the book. Give me 2 seconds here.
Look what you've done.
Well, I think this is where I part because
Natalie is like too much thinking. No,
yeah,
thank you.
I'm like too much. I'm not planning on reading this book. I will not read it.
Valid.
That's fair.
So I will leave y'all to your things.
Sounds good. We're probably gonna do like one more sprint and then I'm ready to call it a day anyway.
All right. Enjoy.
Yes, return.
I'll see y'all next
Bye.
time.
Oh, goodbye.
Bye.
We love you, Natalie. And there they go.
Wait, which page was the Unheimlich?
The Heidegger one is 24-25.
24-25. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And it's not in the translation, though.
Exactly.
Interesting.
And isn't that just cool? I just think you can make a point about this.
Thanks, Kirsty. No worries. I know.
The way I kind of perceived it was that in this case, it's not even necessarily a limitation by the what's it called? The translation necessarily. At least the way I was perceiving it was that house isn't like a term, it's a name. So like the fact that it doesn't care that it's like Zu House, it sees its name phonetically. And like that's why it's being invoked no matter what. It's like that's why a similar term like home or like what is it, like house, not house has the word house in it, but like anything that's like a synonym of house doesn't work. But
exactly.
when house is invoked, specifically the sound of the word house, it always shows up blue. And if I remember correctly, there's like this is a consistency through each version and each translation of the book.
What kind of pie, Katie?
Steph was just like, listen, we also need to let the people speak who are not doing mathematics.
That's true. If it's anything, Steph read this book too. She knows what this is about.
I did, but I don't think everyone else on the stream, the other 10 people here did.
That's okay. Also, I'm just having, so like I need you to understand that I rarely immediately try leaving analysis notes in books when I read them for the first time. What I usually do is I do that when I read it for the second time, right?
Okay.
Because on the first try, I'm often like, I don't really know what exactly I'm looking for. I don't know where a thought might possibly be going in the future, so I'm refraining. I've already started.
Yes.
There's no normal way to approach this book.
No, like, okay, so this is a part that I also wrote down, which again, like it's just part of the analysis, like how everything flows together. Is so the very first time we get this massive footnote from what's his name again? The guy who wrote the introduction.
Johnny Truant.
Thank you. So the very first time we get this massive interlude from Johnny Truant is when he starts going off about the boiler because he can't take a shower because the water is cold, which first of all, obviously, like we have this parallel between like what's happening in the film that we're looking at versus what's happening in his life. But then he immediately goes off on this weird ass tangent of like how he and Lude went out and like picked up girls by telling them outrageously untrue stories. And there was this one part where is it?
If you give me a number, I'll follow through.
So I'm currently page 1415. And there's this one part where he essentially says that Lute also doesn't really know what he's talking about right now because Johnny's making everything up on the fly as he goes, right? And what I find so interesting is that within the story of the story that he tells, the character that he is playing in that story that he's telling is also lying out of his ass.
Yeah.
And there's an immediate callback with the sentence on page 15. Punching Bag had no idea what this idiot was talking about. Neither did I, for that matter. Which is him immediately admitting that he has no fucking idea what he's talking about, which is something he doesn't say out loud in the situation where he tells the story, which is interesting to me because the way that he characterizes himself in the story that he tells versus the story that he's not telling, because he's not saying out loud that he doesn't know what he's talking about in front of these girls he's trying to impress. I just think stuff like this is cool.
It's very much like kind of like the perception of the self versus like what is the self. He is a liar through and through. He is
exactly.
It's the character that he projects versus the character that he is.
Exactly. And like in the character that he can project onto, this is the character that gets to be honest. This is the character that gets to say, I didn't know what I was talking about, while he himself is not admitting out loud to the fact that he is in fact a liar. And I think that's cool. Also, on page 16, when that flashback, whatever it is, immediately ends, I love the foreshadowing of it's got to warm up eventually, right? Because we know it's not. We know
it's only gonna get worse.
And we're not talking about the water either, but it's not.
No. It's this conversation he's having with the book ultimately doesn't go well. I think one of the greatest oh my god. Last thing before we have to get off House of Leaves, even though I don't want to, is there's a great
I'm over here having chocolate pudding with Hal and Katie.
No, I was gonna say like there's a line that the Zampano says in the actual text where he kind of talks about in the beginning how like if to become relevant or something that is success, I could not wish for a greater thing to fail. If you find that this book in its release fails, then know that you are fortunate.
Yes.
It's the idea that like it's almost like he wants this book to be forgotten. He did not want this book to be found. The quote in the beginning says, "This is not for you."
Yeah.
Is every warning this book tries to give you that you shouldn't. One of the reviews I heard for this book, one description I said of this book is that this is a book that wishes you harm. In every possible definition of the word. It wants to hurt you. It wants to stop you from reading it. It does not want you to understand it.
And I think this is also something that kind of works in the typewriting itself, because the introduction that Johnny Truant gives us, as well as every single bit that he like inflects upon it, is, in case someone else would like to see it, written in this like typewriter setting. Which is really fucking hard to read.
Yeah,
it is really fucking
daunting.
hard to stay on every single line. And it gets worse because all of the footnotes that he has are also set in a smaller font than the original. And so it almost feels like Johnny Truant was trying to make the book even less approachable with the introduction written in the way that it is.
Yeah.
If there was ever a book to describe ergodic literature, I think House of Leaves is truly the like the seminal modern piece.
Yes.
I fear we three need to have more discussions about House of Leaves at some point. So.
I think it should be its own video.
Steph, literally start the Discord chat right now. No, that's not a joke. I'm serious.
I know.
No, I'm fully in there.
I'll do it during the next sprint.
All right.
I don't know what Sunrise on the Reaping is. Do you know what that is still?
It's the Haymitch novel for Hunger Games. It's the new Hunger Games book that's coming out. Yeah. It's about the second quarter quell is Haymitch's. Like the 50th anniversary of the Hunger Games was when he had his game. And it's that one. It's the one about the second quarter quell.
Yes.
Ooh, all right. Man, that's a cool thing. I know they talk a lot about like Haymitch's narrative in the book sometimes, but it's just like it would be nice to see that.
Yeah. I'm also very intrigued. I'm gonna get it from the library as soon as they have it.
I also can't eat and read at the same time, so I did not read during the last.
The maximum I could do when it comes to reading while eating is listening to an audiobook. But
yeah.
Too much stuff going on.
Yeah.
Beyond that, no. Also, Noragami is great.
Oh,
Hit it.
Unworthy. I want to try this. This is that new horror. I think it's a horror by the same person who wrote Tender as a Flesh.
Ooh. Oh yeah, by
Yeah.
Agustina Basterica, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Listen, I also love this book, but I'm recovering for a cold. I have my 2 last brain cells going like
No, your 2 last brain cells are us two talking.
yes.
Yeah.
My 2 last brain cells are there and there.
So I've established she's not the biggest nerd at the moment. I don't know if Mircea is the biggest nerd at the moment right now. But I think we're having a competition over that. Who's the biggest geek about House of Leaves?
It's a friendly competition, except also we are just full on enabling each other.
Neither of us is going to end up happy.
No.
I promise you that. The winner is the house. Neither of us.
Amazing.
Okay.
What I also find so interesting about the hyperlink thing right now is when it's houses, the only thing that's blue is house.
Yeah, no, because it's the name.
Exactly.
It's keep coming back.
It's the name and not the plurality of it that matters.
It's not the concept. It's my book. It's all but the book. It's not about the thing. It's the concept behind the name. It's the name. Oh, yes. Speaking of which, I know we kind of just cut over the what we did in the last sprint. I finished my chapter, which is like, I'm good. So that's good.
Amazing.
I'm done with that for now.
You can do it. Finish those notes, Katie. Okay.
Hell yeah, you got it.
All right. Our last sprint, I think, for the day.
I'll be so honest. I don't think I can make another sprint. So I might just bow out right now.
That's okay. Scylla, do you think you have one more in here, or no? You think you're done for the day?
I do want to finish at least the chapter that I'm currently at because I think I need to be at chapters for this book because I will lose my where I'm at otherwise.
I mean, valid. Okay. So how much time do you think you need?
Hold on. When does the chapter end? That's a good question.
It's okay. It's Sunday. I don't even have a wheelhouse right now.
Well, it's another 15 pages, I think. So for a book like this, at least 15 minutes.
Okay. And we have requests for pigeons. I think pigeons is a great way to close it.
That's fair.
Awesome. Okay, so we're gonna do our last sprint. Lawrence, you don't have to stay if you don't want to.
I will gracefully bow out at the 5-hour mark.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, listen, I'm gonna put you guys as accountability buddies for that chat. But other than that, I'll talk to you later.
All right, we'll do.
Okay.
All right, later.
I'll see you in a little bit.
I'll see you in whatever. Right, bye.
Bye.
Okay.
And there he goes.
All right, so 15 minutes for our last sprint.
Yeah, 15 or 20, something along those lines, I think.
Okay, got it. I'm getting it ready. Do. Oh, what is the cat plushie? Okay, so that cat, that giant cat, it's from a game that we learned about from this game convention that we go to every year, and the game is based off of Schrodinger's cat.
Oh, that's fun.
It's really fun. It's called Cat in the Box.
Oh,
yeah, so that's the mascot for the game.
That's adorable. Yeah, love that.
So cute. Okay, here we go. Our last sprint. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go take some medicine a little bit. I can hear my voice. It's like
your voice is like no.
I'm done. Okay, vote for your pigeon.
I'm gonna go number 4 because she's red like me.
Beautiful. I'm gonna go number 1. Feeling blue. Look at that blue pigeon. Hi, Bean. Do you want to say hello? Do you want to come say hi? Or maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Vote for Tealhead Boy. Going for 4. Yay. All right. A baby? Yes, I'd like to show you a baby. You want to come here? You want to come here? No? I don't know if you can hear this complaining that's going on over here. Okay. Oh no! I lost Scylla. Come here. Come say hello. You want to say hello? Look at this baby. Oh, well, don't show them your butt. Come here. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh no. Kate's voting for number 1. Hopefully Scylla will be back. Oh. Ta-da! I knew you'd be back. Can you hear me?
I'm back.
Oh, all right, cool. Literally, my cat was showing her butt to the camera while you were gone.
Amazing.
Okay, here we go. Last sprint of the day. Are we ready?
Let's go.
Woo! Set. Go. Happy sprinting. Oh, the red one wins. Yay, you did
Let's
it.
go! I
Woo.
win.
Yay. Did you
You
make
know
it?
what's really I haven't fully made it, but it's okay. I have like a page left or something, so I'm just gonna read that afterwards. But you know what I also really love is the fact that this makes me so proud of having studied so many languages.
Good job.
There was this one part there's a Latin quote in there because of course there is, and I was like, I know that one. I know that one.
Look, I know
In
this.
all
This.
fairness, it's a rather famous quote. It's about Carthage has to be destroyed. The quote is "Delenda est Carthago," which Delenda is. This is actually, remember the loan word debacle we had?
Yes.
Delenda, delete.
Mm.
Delete is a loan word from Latin, which is delendare, which means to scour something, essentially.
Okay.
And that's how loan words work. Anyway, it looks a bit discouraging because this is how far we got.
Yo, piece of cake. You got this.
Yeah.
You got this. Light work. Yay. Hal also wins. Good job, Hal. Rory wants to know if we had a favorite book of the month so far.
Ooh, that's a good. Hold on. What have I read this month?
Too many things.
I read a lot. Listen.
Actually, for me, the book I'm reading right now is probably, if it's not a 5-star, it's close. So everything else I read has been nah.
In all fairness, one of the books you finished was Wind and Truth.
Yeah. I don't think anything's gonna beat that for worst book of the year.
Fair and same.
Yeah.
Fair and same. Yeah. All right, hold on. I almost have my books ready. Let me just have a quick look in there. Do we have a favorite of these? I mean, the worst one is most definitely Wind and Truth. I think in case of like favorite, I think there's two fighting for first place. One of them is Hungerstone because I adored Hungerstone. It's a Carmilla retelling, and it's so good. It was written for me. They're sapphics and they're horrible. For me.
Yes.
Me. And the second one is actually Vita Nostra by Sergei and Marina Dyachenko.
Nice.
I did not have any expectations of it because I have no idea what to expect. And then I started reading it and I was like, this is the kind of dark academia I needed in my life, actually. Did anything in this book make sense? No.
Yeah.
No. Nothing about it makes sense, but it is so good.
That's okay. I love that for you.
I think those are the two I'm gonna nominate for best book.
We're only halfway through the month. There's still time to read more books.
Oh, there's always more time. Always so more time to read more books. Let's go.
Thank you, girl. Time for sleep now. Another 5 a.m. work.
Please go to bed. I think we're in the same time zone, right, Hugo, or like somewhere adjacent to it. So
it's close to you, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please go to bed.
Yeah,
you get it. You get it, Roro. Yes. You get it. I'm so excited for the other two because it's a trilogy, right? And for the longest time, we only had the first book as translated, because the author's a Ukrainian. And
okay.
I think the first book. When was the first book translated? I think the first one. Yeah, the first one was translated in 2018, and book 2 is being translated and published this year, I believe. So we had to wait a while.
I mean, understandable.
It's so good. Oh
Amazing.
no, my poor sick baby.
I love the sicky.
I'm gonna give you many forehead kisses. Come here.
Thank you. Oh, give me my forehead. Hi, Solomon. Hi, Papa. Do you want to say hello?
Are you being visited again?
I'm being visited by a baby.
Where is the baby?
Yes. Oh. Oh my goodness.
Hi, baby.
This is Solomon. He's a good
He's
boy.
looking around like, what's happening? What's going on?
Hello. Oh, don't go that way. Oh, all right. Oh,
No.
He's like, I'm gonna go backwards.
The baby has been lost to the void, but it's okay.
Good job, Katie. You did it.
Yay!
things.
We're very proud of
Amazing.
you because laundry is a lot.
Yes, it is.
And somehow it never ends.
It doesn't end. It really
It's just the
doesn't.
worst part of it.
He's fighting. He's like, I just came to say hello. I didn't come for cuddles.
Listen, I understand. I
Yes.
understand. I
Amazing.
understand.
Okay, I think we did a good job today.
We did a great job.
Great job. Amazing.
I finally started this baby.
Yay!
so, you
I
know.
started the side chat so we can continue to geek out on the side.
Let's go. Ah,
Yay. Cool. And you did your notes. Yay. Homework is done.
let's go. That's great.
Job. Amazing job, everybody. Thank you, Ernie. He did it. Tomb of Dragons by Catherine Addison is my favorite. A great trilogy ender.
Oh, I love it. The first one is Goblin King, right?
Mm.
I love that one. That one was so fun. I do still have to continue reading the series.
There you go.
Or well, I don't think Goblin King is the first one. I think Goblin King is like, if I remember correctly, Goblin King is like a standalone, and then the other, Goblin Emperor, there we go. And then I think the other three are following that one character from Goblin Emperor. I've forgotten his name because it's been a while. And I think that one is a trilogy, something along those lines. But I really do want to continue on with this because I loved Goblin Emperor. The main character was my baby. I looked at him on the first page and I was like, I'm adopting. That is my child. No, he's such a baby. Listen, the basic plot is that he becomes an emperor as like 15 times removed from the throne. He's never even been in the main city. He doesn't know what's going on. And he is so scared of the politics and everything. And I looked at him, I was like, this is my child now.
Oh,
I also shipped him almost immediately because he gets like a guardian, like a guy who is almost exclusively responsible for keeping him safe. And I was like, okay. Listen.
I didn't ask for this. We love it. We'd love to see reluctant people throw it into places where they're like, somebody save me.
He's just a baby.
Just a baby.
He's so little. No, I legitimately, I looked at him and I was like, if anyone hurts him, I will hurt back. It's just, no. This is my son.
I love it. Absolutely.
Don't hurt my son.
My child. Okay, are we ready to sign off for the day?
I think so.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for coming and hanging out and for being here for BookTube birthday sprints. I'm trying to do whenever I have Sundays free. I'll be here and a friend will be here. Maybe it's Zilla, maybe it's somebody else. Who knows? Maybe it's all
maybe everyone.
Maybe everyone.
Just one big circle.
Yes. What?
Yeah,
I feel like you understand this.
Yeah, you get it, Roro. You get it.
Thank you everybody so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, Howell, you and I, we're gonna go to bed.
Yes. All right.
It's
Bye.
late for both of us.